We are live. There we go. Always a rush. But I got the new mic stand in. That's what I was working on. So no more like fiddling with all this crap. It's really nice. It just slides in and out. I got that Elgato lower arm. So it may take me a little while to get used to it, but we're gonna get started on getting used to it. Oop, gotta hit recording. Good. All right. Did I get all of my other settings in? I think I did. Oh, I got some sleep today. I needed it. It was a good time. Good time. Got some food. Got a Red Bull. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh. All right, let's see. Can I type the letter M? M has been confirmed. I reset the computer and it worked right away. I don't know what that was. I have no idea. All right, so you may recognize that we saved this at 7:35 a.m. That's local time, my time, of course. But cyberpunk VOD theme, by the way, I did get the M back. You can see I was missing the M. VOD 92.1. So there was an update. I'm going to walk you through what I did off camera. Korthal, who is live with us right now. Well, basically, I made my current save is available to my members of the channel, YouTube subs, and Patreons. If you connect your software, whatever you're a member of, to Discord, you get access to some exclusive channels. There's some chat in there. It's not too active, but it's a nice place to chat a little bit where I'm sure to see what you've said. But really, the only perk that I have exclusive to my members is access to my current save file. Now, my old save file, the Star Wars save file, is available for anybody. But because I was having a problem with my figuring out the power plant, I put the save file up there, and a couple of members, Korthal including, went ahead. Oh, the chat is ahead of my vocals. Oh, yeah, the chat is ahead of my vocals because the vocals are delayed. So, anyway, a couple of my members went in and they took a look. Now, do you guys remember last night I talked about my analogy for debugging something very complicated like this save? So imagine you've got a cup. All right, and this cup has holes in it. All right, like this. And we want to fill the cup up to 100%. All right, now as we start to put materials into the factory, what we'll do is we'll hit the first weak link in the chain. All right, and then water will start to pour out of this hole. Okay, for us, this was water problem, or water problem 1, really. Okay, and finally, when we plugged it, the water continued to rise. The efficiency continued to rise until we hit this hole, right? And maybe, by the way, this is 70%, 80%, 90%, and 95%. Okay, so the next problem, we had this nitrogen problem that we fixed a while back. There's actually another hole. Nitrogen problem 1. All right, that was a few days ago, like last week. And then we had another water problem. Water problem 2. This is the one that I was trying to figure out and got really frustrated about because I thought I had fixed everything here, right? Now, I was getting more efficient the whole time, but these problems didn't reveal themselves until I fixed the first one. Okay. Then this was the missing train. Missing train. Now this problem we solved last night. Done. And this was a bad one. All right. And it got to fill up more. Now, Ian and Uber Troll, same person, I'm pretty sure. There was nitrogen problem 2. They were looking at my save and they found this one. All right, and Korthal 2. And I fixed this one yesterday as well. And then we're going. Now, overnight, Korthal kept playing around with the save and he found another one. We're talking like 97% efficiency, okay? Where we finally started showing the issue. Okay, and then by the way, we did get a green light here. After we fixed this, last night I called victory, we got a green light, but it wasn't a green light forever. It would turn off, it would turn on for a while, then it would turn off for a while, okay? This last little piece is what we needed. This last little piece is what I fixed, and that fix I will show you. And it's just very, very, very simple. A really silly thing. Easy, actually really easy to diagnose and even easier to fix. So down here, this oil gets fed into these bottom machines. I'm sorry, not that oil. Yep, it is that oil. This oil right here gets fed down. No, that's nitrogen. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Yeah, this oil right here. So this oil gets fed down from the top. This was a Mark 1. This and that along the bottom here was a Mark 1. I made it a Mark 2 and we're good. We had plenty of oil in the factory. It was just getting constricted by the pipe size, right? There was plenty of oil in here, not a problem, just a little bit of constriction. So as soon as I fixed that, that's the only change that I made. And we are now firing, I believe, at 100%. And Korthal's been running the save all day long, and he reported that we're green here. 25. We have 25 in the final coal generator. And we're looking beautiful. Okay? And it's going to continue to grow. Now, let me catch up with chat because I jumped right into this. I didn't even say hello. Mikey's over there on Twitch saying hello. We got 6 on Twitch and 18 on YouTube. Elizabeth and Vixen. Ray is also here. Of course, Korthal. Excellent. How'd you fix it? Yeah, just put the the M. The M, I fixed it by resetting my computer and everything worked beautifully. Lena's here. The chat is ahead of your vocals. Well, right, because that makes sense because the chat is instant. When you guys put the chat in, I see it instantly, but it takes a while for you guys to get what I'm transmitting in the live stream. So that makes sense to me. Ken, did you see what I posted in the Discord? Are you talking about the towing, but the forklift towing? I did see that. Hell yeah, Korthal is a legend. Yeah, and I do appreciate the extra eyeballs. It accumulates about 10 per hour. Yes, and that is a potential issue, and we're going to talk about that in a second. All right, I caught up to chat. We're good. Now, in my mind, I made a fix that I didn't actually make in the game. I thought I did it, but I didn't do it. Oh, by the way, let's go ahead and get rid of this green square. That was our efficiency high point, and we've blown past it. So I've tried really hard to use up the exact amount of coal that we're making. Okay? But I mean, this is slowly growing. All right, I mean, I did 54.09%. Okay, I think that obviously I'm slightly under perfect because it's slowly growing. If it was perfect, one would drop in at the exact second that it gets used. All right, it's not perfect because we're talking pretty large numbers here, or small numbers, depending on how you look at it. And, you know, there's only so many significant figures in Satisfactory. So the precision is what it is. And so what I'm thinking is what I can do, first of all, is just on this last one, I wonder if I can up it to 54.1. I wonder. Now we'll go back to 0.09 if you know, we slowly decline. The math says 54.09, but that's for all 150 or 130, however many there are. So I'm just wondering here if I increase this one just a tiny bit right at the end, that we're good, or at least less bad. You know, I want to trim the top a little bit without, yeah, so 20, yeah, I mean, it's impossible to tell. I'd have to watch this for hours. All right, and there's actually a better solution long-term. I was just kind of thought this was interesting to do. So we're 25. We're not going to watch this for hours. Did you recover the power of M? Yes, my keyboard is working. So we're at 25, 26. So already I think this has slightly slowed the progression up. You know, as long as we don't see 24 here, I'll probably be pretty happy. Might see 24. 26. All right, so we'll see here. This might actually go red just because I've raised the bar. We met the bar that we were aiming for. I've raised the bar slightly because we've gone past the bar a little bit. Now, there's no way I'll ever get it perfect, okay? And I don't want to. So eventually, but I do want it to miss on the top side, meaning that, you know, we're not going to get it perfect. I don't want to be just under perfect, so this thing flicks red once every 4 hours or something. What I want to do is be just over perfect so that we are not quite using up all the compacted coal. Now, if that happens, eventually we will back up the entire line all the way back to the very first producer of rocket fuel. And remember, compacted coal is a byproduct. And what happens if your byproducts back up? Your main shit shuts down. And so we don't want to do that. And so what we're going to do to make sure, we're going to add some redundancy and a little bit of, you know, coverage in our factory here. And by the way, I want to see if and when it backs up. So now what we've got here, this is an overflow just in case polymer resin ever backs up. Meaning, like, I don't know, the water stops flowing to the plastic, and so it can't make the plastic, and when it can't make the plastic, the polymer resin shows up or slows up, and then in which case, you know, we don't want it to back up down the tube here, because like I just said, if you have a byproduct that backs up, your main product stops. And so we have this emergency flow right here in case this ever backs up. It doesn't back up down this way, it backs up this way. And then what I've done is to kind of keep an eye on things. I have just this little catcher here, and this would have to fill up, and then finally it goes and it gets burned. Okay, is this turned on? Yeah, that's powered up. All right, now what we need to do now is we need to add a friend. Okay, we are going to add a friend to this party. We're gonna add our good friend compacted coal. Now the compacted coal is running this way. Okay, so I was thinking we can use the new 1.1 vertical splitter, which I've actually haven't used in actual use. Now we want a smart splitter. All right, center output, any. And then I wonder which way, I don't know which way is right and left. I need a little indicator, right? Because it's probably this way, because this is the way I placed it, maybe. That's an interesting little problem. Hey gamer, I'm doing well. All right. I just blew some compacted coal. All right, so it is this way. So we're gonna overflow here. And then if we overflow, then we'll merge into this. All right, so there we go. Eventually this will back up. Okay, long term, this will back up. Hours and hours and hours. Just because I know that it's not perfect. All right, the math doesn't, I don't think our math will ever get us there. So that's what we have this for. Okay. Look at how much compacted coal. And by the time it makes it all the way around. Oh, there was a couple. So yeah, this is 27. That's with me, right? Eating a couple of those coals, right? 11, I got 11 out of the system. So we can pop those in there. Right, so we're definitely gonna back up. Here, let's do this. Instead of any, let's put polymer resin here. I know for a fact the compacted coal is gonna back up. And when it does, we'll just sink it. I don't give a shit. But what I do wanna know, and this is what this is for, is just in case the polymer resin backs up, because that means that this is an indication that there's a problem somewhere in the plastic rubber line, right? So that's why I want to have this, because if it backs up and it gets sunk, I'll never know that there was a problem. But if it backs up and it catches here, then I can come back and I can check on this and be like, oh, okay, well, there's 3 polymer resin in here, right? So maybe there was a hiccup, but it's not a big deal. If I come back there and there's 3,000 polymer resin in here, okay, there's a problem, right? But if I just directly sunk it, I wouldn't know that 3,000 polymer resin stored up over the course of a week or something. So that's why I have that. Now, and I don't want this or need this for the compacted coal, so that's why I just sent the polymer resin here. $165. All right. Is it better to run a generator dry than to have the compacted coal back up? Well, I mean, I don't know. Better, I don't know if better is the right word for that. I think that's a preference. Either one works. Like, it's fine if it backs up as long as you have a way to handle the backup. You know, that's my solution to this issue. You know, Sal, if your solution is, well, just slightly overclock it, and who gives a shit if it hits a red light for, 20 seconds once every 4 hours, like, who cares, right? And you have a good argument there. That is definitely a viable solution, and you could just up the percentage here on this last one, right? I mean, I think it's probably, it's at 28, 27. Like, what I might do is I might come back here in a couple hours and maybe I up this to 54.11% if this is, in its 100, and then we'll track it. Maybe I'll just inch this up a little bit, or maybe I won't care anymore. I don't know. The point is that, there's several ways to be, the only way to be sure, and I would say that you should do this in any of these kind of situations where something really important, like your freaking power to power the entire planet, right? We do not, under any circumstances, want this to back up. Like, what if there's a train crash and we run out of water to handle this compacted coal and polymer resin, and these back up and our power shuts down because of it? Well, the argument there is, well, if there's a train crash, you're not getting your oil or your water to run your rocket fuel anyway. But I mean, it's my theoretical, we'll play by my rules. But either way, if anything happens and this backs up, the only way to be absolutely sure it's not responsible for shutting down your power is to sink it. An overflow sink. It's not that big of a deal, and it provides that extra bit of security, make you feel better, make you sleep well at night. That's a great idea to have the storage next to the sink. Yeah, just so you can keep track of if anything has gone down there. Yeah, you don't think you can stare at the factory anymore on your computer? Well, thank you. I appreciate the help, Korthal, and everybody else too. Ian, Eye in the Sky, I think there was a couple other people. I can't remember the name. There's a few other people that checked. So I really appreciate that. I was listening to your guys. I was frustrated. And in the end, the major problem was I forgot to build another train. As of course is the case, it's my fault. Well, Shy, don't stop trying to get a job. You're young, it sucks, you have no experience. I remember being there. I remember trying to get a job in 2008 and 2009 and 2010 and 11. I finally got one in 2012. Okay? I did side jobs. I had a mortgage. I had to try to feed my family. It was terrible. I had to borrow money to pay my mortgage. I had to borrow money from my father-in-law to pay my mortgage. Do you know how effing embarrassing that is? Okay? It's ridiculous because I couldn't find a job during the Great Recession. And I had experience, but I had the wrong kind of experience, and I didn't have enough because everybody got fired, and the people that got fired had way more experience than me. And so I would apply for someplace, and 4 or 5 other people would apply there, and I've got, you know, maybe 2 years of experience that's sort of related. These mother effers have 10 years of experience in exactly the thing they're looking for. Of course I'm not going to get hired. Who would hire me? You know, and I just kept trying. I uploaded my resume to all these sites, and actually what ended up happening is I got hired by mistake. I got a call by mistake, and I'm still co-workers with this gal, and she actually used to watch the channel too, but she printed out my resume because Monster had sent her, hey, maybe this person's resume over here might work with you. I didn't even apply to the job that I have today. Okay. And so she had printed them, the suggested resumes, but she was never going to actually call them. She was just curious, right? Well, she accidentally put my resume, the suggested one, in the pile of resumes that actually applied. So I got this call and they said, hey, you know, we like your resume. We'd like to come in and interview. And I was like, who is this again? And they say the name, and I'm writing it down, and I'm like, oh my God, like I didn't even apply to this, right? I had been looking for a job for years. Now, again, I wasn't making zero money during that time. I was a realtor. I was flipping houses. You know, I was doing odd jobs. I worked for my broker for a little while, right? So there was things that were happening, but I didn't have any stable income, right? And so my point is this: just keep trying, don't stop, work on yourself, you know. And I would also say this: what I tried to do is I said to myself, like, look, I don't have a job right now. And then my side work would maybe only give me like 15 hours a week of work, right? And so I'd have an extra 25 hours a week where I didn't have any work to do. So what I said to myself is, no matter what, I'm going to spend 40 hours a week, a full work week. Finding a job is going to be my job. Right? Make finding a job actually be your job and get better at it like you would at your job. Learn about it, study it, work that resume, you know, take extra classes, do whatever it takes. Make finding a job your job until you find one. Because you're going to be putting that time in anyway. When you get a job, you're going to be investing in this company, right? Wherever you get your job. So you might as well spend this time now and invest in yourself. Right? Much better than sitting around playing video games all day. So that's how I did it. You know, it's difficult, it's hard, but I was graduating in what is essentially the worst hiring market in the last 30 years, you know, except for, you know, COVID perhaps. During the Great Recession and the tail end of the Great Recession, And it's tough. It's tough, but you'll get there. Don't give up, because really you're just giving up on yourself. We can't do that. But I'm pulling for you. Korthal, $10 super chat. Here's to perfectionism and completionism. Yes, guys, I was tempted to give up on this factory many times. I was, and at the very least, I gave up on it in the moment that day. But I do believe, are running at 100%, and I see no reason to believe that that's going to change anytime soon. Very, very happy with how this is turning out, and it's done. Now, there's a couple little fun things that I would love to do to this factory, you know, but that's not something that I'm going to do now. That may be a, you know, finishing touches kind of a thing we do at the end of the playthrough. So, but basically this factory is done. I hope to not touch it unless I do so voluntarily for some fun little side, like, cosmetics. Well, thanks, Mikey, but getting this rung out gets kin to Ashen faster. That is true. I knew that too. Korthal helped me with this problem in Satisfactory so that I could finish up Satisfactory faster and get into Ashes of Creation faster. I knew where this was coming from, and I took the help anyway. Allergies are already bad, guys. And by the way, things get better. I can't tell you how many times in my life I had basically no money. Nothing. You know, there was one time I remember, sorry, we're doing a little bit of story time here. There was one time that I remember, you know, I just graduated college. I hadn't really gotten connected. This was before the wife and kids, of course. I hadn't really gotten connected in with the real estate side of things, or I was really just starting to get connected in. And there were so many foreclosures at that time. What these companies would do is they would hire and subcontract out work to go and, you know, clean out these foreclosed homes and mow the lawns and stuff. Guys, you got to remember, there were some neighborhoods where there were more for sale and foreclosed signs on the street than not. I'm serious. You'd see a street of like 20 homes and 12 of them would have for sale and REO listings on them. Okay, it was bad. And again, I was in Northern California, Sacramento area. We got hit at one of the hardest, not the hardest in the country, but one of the hardest. This is like 2007, 2008, 2009. And, you know, I remember my brother had this little side contract to mow, to do yard work, right? He didn't have a truck. He had this little beat up like car, and he would take his lawnmower and stick it into the back trunk and the rakes, and they'd be sticking out the back. He'd tie it down, right? And it was the summer. We'd drive out there. Thing didn't have any air conditioning, and he got this job and he needed my help. He's like, all right, well, I'll split it with you. And I needed money. So, all right, let's do this. And it wasn't, by the way, it wasn't one job. It was like 3 or 4, right? And so we go out there, we're driving around, we're raking leaves, mowing lawns. You know, we don't have a car or a truck to take the leaves with us. It's a mess. We're trying to like figure out ways of disposing leaves. I swear, I think we took bags of leaves and dumped them over neighbors' fences. The neighbor, that was an REO too. It just wasn't it was another foreclosed home. We just didn't have, it wasn't our client. So we would take the leaves and rake them up and throw them into the house next to us because we had no way of dealing with the leaves. Like, it was ridiculous. You know, I'm like 23, 24. My brother's like 20. You know, we're sweating our asses off. We got no money. We've got no water. We didn't bring any water with us. Okay. And then we go to a damn Taco Bell. I will never forget this as long as I live. My brother and I, we've got no money in the bank account, and we're doing the math, and we're starving because we've been working all day, and we try to order, and both of our cards got declined. We split it into different things, and they still got declined. And we're talking like 2009 Taco Bell. How freaking expensive do you think that was? You know, and so we just keep removing, like, you know, tacos off of it, because we were like, all right, I'll get 2 tacos, 2 burritos, right? It's like $2.50, $3.50, and it kept declining. The cashier was like, it's okay, guys, and gave us the food for free. You know, and we're sitting there in the Taco Bell eating food that, you know, we couldn't even pay for. And then we went back out and we kept working. All the money went into the gas so that we could drive and do the work, you know? But I kept going, and you just keep going, and you figure out the next thing and the next thing. And now I'm married with 5 kids. I got a bunch of money in the bank. I'm playing on a 5090, and I'm talking to you guys. You know, I sit in an air-conditioned house. I got so much food, I'm freaking fat. Right? Like, you know, times will change, you know, just keep going. Sorry I didn't come up with a better visual while I was telling my story, but there you go. That one's a big one for me, you know. And that was Morgue, by the way. If anybody, Mikey, I know you're probably wondering, I'm all backed up on chat. I gotta read chat. Sorry, I went on a little tirade there at the beginning of tonight's stream. So, listen, I haven't seen everything, right? There's no way I'm gonna tell you I've seen it all, because I haven't seen it all. But I've seen some shit. I've seen some stuff, you know? And all in all, I have a very, very privileged life. But there were times when it wasn't so. So keep going, and you know, you'll make it through. Let's catch up on Twitch here. Both me and my partner have just been made redundant recently. We have the first kid on the way, so chat is spot on. Flame, yeah, like I said, you know, all I can say is invest in yourself. You know, find some way to not be redundant, and just don't stop. You know, your kid's empty stomach isn't gonna care. You know, and it's harsh, but you know, it is what it is, you know, and that's what happens, and we just gotta keep going. Chill Sunday before trying some motivation for next week. I hear you, man. Yep. All right, let's catch up over here. No, YouTube, I'm not gonna put an ad on them. Played some Greedfall. Keep going. Yeah, 82, 83 was bad too. I'm glad I graduated in 84. Yeah, life only truly ends when you give up, so never surrender. Keep moving forward. Yeah, and by the way, I'm sure there's people in this chat that have way tougher experiences than me, right? I just am, you know, trying to share one that I've had, and it gets better. All right, just catching up here. Yeah, student loans and financial aid were all that I survived on. Yeah. Started a new save for 1.1, which is a little perverse, but I had a big build at 1.0 I didn't like that I would pain to deconstruct. Hey, man, whatever makes, whatever excites you in this game, right? That's what you should do. Ray, $2 super chat. Thanks for the lovely pep talk. All right, so we're all pep talked out. Let's actually think about what we're gonna do today. This is where we left off. There is some imperfections here. I'm not exactly happy with this corner. I don't exactly know how to make it better. But we're gonna let that go for now. Same thing with this corner. Not 100% sure how I'm gonna handle this. Maybe we just don't worry about it, and that's part of its charm. I'm not sure. We also had to figure out what we're gonna do with this slant, because this is a non-standard angle. It is not the same angle as this. Okay, it's not the same. So I'm thinking something like maybe painted beams. Mac Truck, first time chatter on Twitch. What's up? Hey, how's it going? We're just getting warmed up here, trying to get started. Whatever floats your boat, one might say. Exactly. I'm loving this microphone stand. I set it up like 5 minutes before the chat started. It's not in my face. It's not like there was like a big old arm that was right here, just out of frame, that you guys could kind of see sometimes. It was a total pain in my butt. This is really good, and I can like swing it out of the way really easily. So, all right, I do have some whiskey. So let's pour the whiskey. It's Saturday night. Can you see Jabba? It's probably really hard to see him. Oh. All right, and then what we're drinking tonight is, this is probably backwards for you guys, huh? No, you can read it. Breckenridge Rum Cask Finish. So that's what we're drinking tonight. And I never drink too much. At least that's what I tell myself. All right, let's see if we get the pop. This is corked. All right, trying to defeat my noise gate here. 1, 2. I was saying 2 right when it popped. Not a drop to waste, baby. All right. Let's settle in. This is gonna be a long stream. 10 hours. Are the buildings empty? It's Saturday night and we're live. Yeah, exactly. This building is empty because I haven't built the factory in him yet. But all the rest of these buildings, they have working factories in them. So this is my heavy modular frames, motors, and steel factory. This is my basics factory, things like wire and cable and things like that. This is my computer factory and crystal oscillators and circuit boards. This one we just finished is the main power plant for the rest of the save. As well, it's rocket fuel. It's making our packaged rocket fuel, which we're distributing to all of our trucks, as well as a shit ton of plastic and rubber, which is also being distributed to various factories. These factories all talk to each other. They all share. They have inputs and outputs, right? So for instance, this makes a bunch of extra wire that we use over here. And so a lot of these trucks are transferring back and forth. Mac Truck, you're not going to be able to stay awake for another 10 hours. Well, that's why my VODs are on YouTube. They never go away, unlike Twitch. So you can always catch up with something that you missed. And, or you can just, sleep and listen to my dulcet tones. This dude, Jono, followed you on Twitch. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. You think the corners look fine from a distance? Yeah, I think so too. I think we're probably okay there. Hi, Angie. Angled panels, but stagger the depth like Lou's, that steep angled section. That may be the key. I like that. And I was thinking maybe I just, I blueprint it so I don't have to do it twice. Might do that. I thought Twitch has a new 100-hour VOD limit. Well, I'm not a partner, and I think that some of the rules might be different. I'm not sure. But Twitch's VODs do not stay forever. My VOD, by the way, guys, 2 years ago was my first stream. 2 years ago, yesterday, actually, was my first stream. My VOD from 2 years ago is still watchable on YouTube. You guys can look at it, hear the terrible sound, see the terrible FPS jumps and skips. I had no idea what I was doing. Shit, I still don't. But I have a better idea than I did then. Point is, everything's available on YouTube and it'll never go away. I don't know exactly what's going on with Twitch, I admit. I love that you stream widescreen. I love it too. Sometimes I get people in here that tell me my aspect ratio is off and they don't like the black bars. And I'm just like, sorry. I have a widescreen monitor, and that's how we're gonna play this thing. Mikey says, if you ever feel bad, I have brain damage and body damage, and life is hard for me. I lost 2 careers that were horrible circumstances. One time I had nothing but 2 pairs of clothes to my name, but I've learned as long as I have food in my belly, roof over my head, and a place to sleep, people to talk to, I'm generally happy. Well, Mikey, you're always welcome here. Cool, didn't know it was on YouTube. Would hate to hear someone lost all their VODs on Twitch. Well, I just got a notification. I'm constantly getting my VODs deleted on Twitch. And it only takes about a week, because I stream about 20 to 25 hours a week. So whatever that has on Twitch, I don't have it. I don't have access to it. Well, Mikey, like I said, you're always welcome here. I like that. I like that we can do some sort of a louvery type thing. How are we gonna do this? It's an interesting shape as well. Let's do this. I want to do this first because this is kind of complicated. And as the night wears on, my brain power for complicated and creative solutions to problems drops drastically. So I always try to do the complicated shit first. And by the way, I am dual streaming. I dual stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Okay, so what are we doing? Let's get some better light. All right, I believe that this corner is a right angle of 45 degrees. Okay, so let's go out 10 and up 10. And then diagonal. Out 10, up 10, wait for the autosave. Look at all those trucks. Look at all those trucks moving around. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, and by the way, I don't think I mentioned the factory that we're working on right now. This is going to be the aluminum factory, but aluminum is, I mean, it's going to make a lot more than aluminum, right? It's going to be making fused modular frames and turbo motors, but the base is aluminum. I think you should start from the bottom of the windows. Well, what I was thinking I could do is maybe make more than we need. We have to do it again up there. Well, the other ones are smaller. Let's take a look at the model. I don't think I've shown the model yet. So trying to build this angle here, and we do have these up higher. They're just a smaller version. So I think if I can make this, then it also fits these. We'll just have more to trim. Eye in the Sky is here. Welcome. We do need a maximum though. $24 meters off of the bottom one. That's 8 of these. No, it's 6 of them. I can't do math. Oh, now I don't know math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if we can figure out exactly where this lives. Basically right on the corner. Yeah, inside top corner. Okay. The one thing I hate about YouTube is the gifting. Like, I would love to gift specific people, especially people I see here quite often. Yeah, Twitch does have that going for it, for sure. River dancing with my cast on my right leg. I have achieved part zombie as the bones of my foot have decided to start unaliving. Sucks is now I cannot drive. Driving is my passion. Greetings, fellow travelers. Welcome. All right. What are we doing? And how are we doing it? Right, that angle is too steep. And that angle is not steep enough. Can we hold control here? No, it's the same. But I think we can hold control here. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's definitely in the middle of the other two. And it's not too shabby. Still not gonna work though. Maybe. Let me sample this. What if we try to use something we already have? What if we try... I don't think this is gonna work. What about the fans or vents? Maybe. Minikin is here. Fighting with OBS? Yeah, I've played that game. The fans or vents? Yeah, they're cyberpunky. Yeah, I think that there's a place for those at some point for sure. Probably better off with what we were doing before. I'm a little concerned we won't have the lines, but I suppose that is... a detail, right? I tell you what, the nudging that we have access to really makes this a lot more simple to try to put together, you know? I watched Princess Bride with Minikin and the children this evening. She had read it for school, and we had been meaning to watch it. I think I'm just stacking these. Which I think I'm okay with, to be honest. What I really need? I need to not have deleted this part. At least I can rebuild it because I remember. I mean, that's pretty good. It's very good. You know, is it absolutely perfect here? No, but I mean, I can live with this. Yeah, flip it, nudge it up. Yeah, it just wouldn't flip. It won't go like, it'll match side to side, but it won't match end to end, you know? I feel like we have less of those amazing adventure films these days, like Indiana Jones or Princess Bride. We'll love to see them make a comeback. Yeah, I think that that's probably true. Let me think, are there any movies like that lately? Like in the last 5 years, is there a movie like Indiana Jones or Princess Bride? I don't know, maybe if I thought. Yeah. No, it was great. I need bad influence. Red Bull or no? I already drank my Red Bull and I'm drinking the whiskey right now. You guys are all just doing Princess Bride quotes. 3 minutes ago, the position of the pillar in your blueprint before you rotate it again with control. Try again or use the freeform beam for the correct alignment. I think I may go with this. How do we get our lines in? I don't know how I could possibly do this without the vertical nudging that we have. Oh, look at that. Let's save this. Build another one. I think this angle. It's this. It's a little long. Well, we'll do it for now. Yes, the result looks good. Nonetheless, we just need to close the gap at the top later. Well, I'm not 100% sure there will be a gap, but yeah, we can close it after the fact. What I want to try to do is get some sort of lines on it. National treasure. I wish subways were practical and satisfactory. Well, it's funny you should say that, because I essentially have one. Funny you should mention that. Oh, yeah, baby. It works. What's our width that we want to go for? I think it's 2.5 or 3. I feel like King could do a great Skeletor impression. I don't know, maybe. I'd have to hear it. I mean, Skeletor kind of sounds like a little bit, like a raspier Joker, right? Didn't Mark Hamill do the new Skeletor? And it pretty much sounds like his Joker and Green Goblin, but like raspier. just making these markers for myself so I can see where 3 meters is. 1, 2, 3. You know, get us in the ballpark. I'm gonna get all the long ones in, and then I'll make a short version. Huh. Wonder why that's not lining up. That's looking good. The vertical nudge is amazing. Yeah. It allows for all sorts of things. I feel like this mic is a little bit too far from my mouth. Let me try doing an adjustment here. I just got this mic stand. I'm still dialing it in. All right, better. Yeah, you think it sounded okay? Well, if it's a little higher, it gives my arms a little bit more space too. What was wrong with the other mic stand? It kept getting in my way. Like, it wasn't standing the mic in a manner that pleased me. Okay. And as you'd well know, as my daughter, when something doesn't please me, I get rid of it. I think I can do better than that one. See, it's falling. Where are you falling? Oh no. All right. It's not attached securely to my desk anymore. Hold on, we have a malfunction. We have an equipment malfunction. Hold on, give me a sec. Like I said, I just got this thing today, and I didn't really have time to test it. Live testing. At least my M key works. Here, watch the trucks pull in and out of here. Actually, let's watch them over here. One second, guys. Technical difficulties. Okay, I'm back. No, I know you can't see me the whole time. Shut up, Minikin. Okay. God. You know, I'm really used to the trolling. Okay, come on. There is a Star Wars painting on the wall. I swear it sounded like he got rid of his daughter because he didn't like her. Manikin's now covering her tracks. Yeah, I was being dark. My just I know that this is your first night here, and my daughter is in the chat. She's my editor. Her screen name is Minikin, and she's in the YouTube chat, and so I was talking some shit. Still, like, trying to figure out the best way to do this. The attachment onto my desk wasn't secure. As secure as it should have and could have been. Yeah, still kind of, it still needs adjustment. All right, this should be good enough to get us through the stream. Basically, my desk doesn't have very much of a very wide lip for those desk attached stands to really attach to. And so kind of just slowly over the last like 20 minutes, it kind of drooped. Can I miss you? Can I ask you how old you are? Well, I mean, yeah, you know, just so that you know, I'm married. I mean, you know, you can still take me out to dinner and we'll see what happens, but I just want to let you know that. Don't worry about my daughter. She, you know, she's cool. She's cool. It's fine. I mean, Fluxo already owes me dinner, so you'll have to get in line behind Fluxo. That's a big 4-year-old. He acts like it. I can see. I know you deleted stuff. Okay. What do I like to eat? Chicky nuggies. Duh. Okie Sooner sent 5 construction gift memberships. How's this sound, by the way? Is this like distance from my mouth okay? There, I upped it a bit. Okay. Photon Scrambler, Kill Me, Purple Unicorn Gaming 100, X222, and Aaron Walls were all gifted memberships by Okie Sooner. Welcome, Okie Sooner. You've been, is it storming down there? You're a little late, my friend. I do like barbecue. For tomorrow, for Father's Day, we are making pork ribs. Orcus ribius. Thank you for the follow, Spit78. Chicken nuggets from McDonald's. Look, here's the deal. All right. I know that I have an overly emotional attachment to food. Okay. I know that this is true. It is what it is. Okay. Now, I try to recognize it. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you say the spell out loud and it has less of an effect on you. You know, when I kind of recognize it, I can do a little better. You know what I mean? But let me tell you my overly emotional attachment to chicken nuggets. When I was growing up, my dad worked really hard. My mom and my dad, they owned their own small business. It was locksmithing. My mom scheduled the work and did the books, and my dad went out and did the work. And my parents actually had one of the first cell phones. It was very expensive, but it was worth it so that he could get, you know, scheduled the calls that he, you know, so that she could contact him basically, and you know, he could get the next job, right? Let's go with a 4. And let's build this so that I have a thing here. Now, having said all that, we sometimes had money. Here's the thing. When, you know, sometimes business was good. And when business was good, business was really good. But when business was bad, there wasn't any money. You know, and you got to take the good with the bad, right? Well, I always wanted chicken nuggets. And this was before like the 20 for $5, right? Like they were expensive. All right, so or like yeah, like they were expensive, right? And so basically, I always wanted chicken nuggets when I was a kid. I can never have them. And so now I have an overly emotional reaction to McDonald's chicken nuggets. What do you want from me? I'm only a man. I'm only a man. All right, let's do this. And let's do that. All right, now we got a shorty. And of course it's not the same. Of course it's not the same. Why would it be the same? Something has broken us. This looks bang on. What the heck, bro? Yeah, Father's Day, Father's Day. I'd like to take you out to dinner. We can talk factory layouts. Not exactly what I was thinking, but okay, fine. That works. Yeah, we're making pork ribs. Storming like a mother was coming home from a movie. What'd you see? No, Benny, that's not true. You'll get one. Have you ever been seeing some visual glitches with shadows this patch? I've been experiencing some on my widescreen. Not that I know of. Was it the old school corded bag phones that plugged into the cigarette lighter? Yes. Yeah. Let's see if I can find one. And there was an antenna that went on the roof. Yep. This one might not have been in a bag. I mean, it was in this era for sure. Right? It was like late 80s, early, like really early 90s. I think like maybe 88, 86. The mount was on his like truck dashboard for like 30 years. I swear if I saw the mount, I would be able to tell. I don't know if I ever remember seeing the phone. It's something like this. Something like one of these. Yeah, it was something like one of these. And it had the antenna that went on the roof. Yeah, like this. Anyway. Dude, why doesn't this one work? I know why. Has to start at the same height. Otherwise, it won't register the size correctly. Yeah, baby. I got you. I cracked your code. Yeah, your dad had one of those too. That's cool. I still owe you lunch. I'm just a man. Epic the musical. Yeah, they were extremely expensive. And they weren't just expensive to acquire. The monthly payment was a lot. My dad did a lot of work. Later in life, he changed his philosophy to very, very low overhead. But you know, at that time he was young. I mean, he was you know, 30. And you know, they had a lot of advertising. They had an expensive cell phone, right? All this stuff. And he like I said, later in life, he switched that mentality to very low overhead business way of doing business. And I've sort of maintained that idea. 1, 2. All right, now we need a horizontal line. This is going to be tough. All right, this might work. I don't know. This is going to be basically guessing and checking, which is not my favorite way of doing things. I wonder if we can cheat. I wonder if we can just... Oh, baby. Not quite. All right. We got it. A little high, though. Oh, yeah. Hey, peated scotch. I'm going. Welcome. That's it for me. I'll catch you in the morning. All right. Have a good night. Yeah, Minikin. Yeah, I'm suspicious as well. Have your dad Hogarth take you? Yes, our Father's Day is tomorrow. Well, technically, most of the world, it's today. It'll be in an hour. Place this invented holiday on Ascension Day, because which day is better to honor fathers than the day of coming to the Holy Father, or whatever the reasoning was. Yeah, we don't have Ascension Day. I've never heard of that. Spacing on the left is different than the right. Probably. Yeah, this one's a little different right here. I could redo this one. That was when I was still kind of deciding how I was going to do this. I'm really doing 2.5. And then that makes that one be messed up too. It's an easy fix. I just hadn't really decided what I wanted to do. 1, 2. When I was doing this side over there. So there, it's all fixed. All right, let's do another one. Kind of what were we doing here? Yeah, I mean, we could do one more down here at the bottom. I think that would be appropriate. Pro. Little bit lower. Little bit higher. In the middle. I don't want to do that to you guys anymore. Oh, I won't keep doing it. I was tempted though. You don't have anything for me? You don't have anything for me for Father's Day? That's it. You're fired. Are we drooping again? I think we're okay. Well, we might be drooping, but I meant the microphone. You are a sculptor and Satisfactory is your clay. This project is quite a portfolio. Excellent emulation, good sir. Yeah, maybe I'll get an architectural job somewhere. Probably not. All right, now how do we start this? Oh, I need to get you oriented correctly. All right, maybe I don't need this. It's weird. I don't like it. Oh, it's not right either. This. Huh. It's really close. What I've done though is I'm a little off. So we need to drop this down. Get rid of this and this. Drop this down. Get rid of this and that. And then Really close. Think. We're almost there. We're almost there. Those are not correct. All right, let's see how we're doing. What? Some of that looks like. What did I do? Forget to save? Where's the lower ones? What in the heck is going on? Yeah, 2 years anniversary for this channel. He's got you, isn't that enough? Because he's always saying she's more than a handful. It's a spoon shaped like a shovel that says Dad's ice cream spoon. One big building, that's parts of all the building that you've done this build. Maybe. All right, Minikin, good night. I don't understand. I don't understand where they are. Look, if we just build this all by itself, they don't exist. Yeah, I just saved it. I can save it again. Here, let's save version 2. Let's save, maybe the saving is bugged. I'll place the version 2. No, it's the same problem. It's like they're placed outside the blueprint maker. I mean, clearly they're here. So frustrating. We're so close. All right, how do we fix this problem? What is even happening? All right, what if we place this inside of another one? Also, why don't we turn it? How do we turn it? We go like this. Okay. Now, is there any possible way? Okay, all right, okay. Now what? Now we do what I did before. We're very close. All right, and then we just use the long one here. All right, will you put into place? No, there's too many variables that have changed. Let's try it again. Shoot. Not a terrible idea. I did think about that, Mac Truck. Maybe use the wrong name. Wiki says Feast of the Ascension of Jesus, also called Solemnity of the Ascension of the Lord. Holy Thursday. We don't have any of that. I've never heard of any of those holidays. I'm not joking. All right, if we can do that, can we do that? So frustrating. All right, we've got more room to work. Let's... Yeah, see, it's these. These dudes live outside of the blueprint maker. For some reason, they didn't join the party. Don't know why. really playing with. Okay, we might have it here. It's a mess. We have more than we need, but we can always delete it in post. Ascension days when Mary went up to heaven. I did not know that. Okay. Yeah, I think we can do this. It's a little, this was really awkward and kind of actually kind of shitty. But I think we got there. I don't know why that bugged, and I unfortunately deleted my anchor point without knowing that there was a majorly bugged issue. So it kind of made for real pain in the butt. Shoot, I already had that one. It's the lower one, dang it. Fix this one too. And unfortunately, we're gonna have to do this for each of them, which sucks. You know, there's a see. It's a mistake on my part. I don't know how to get that thing to rotate. I shouldn't have deleted the end one until I smacked one on there. You know, I don't speak much, but I really enjoy the chill vibe of your stream, Kin. It's nice when I'm up half paying attention. I look up and the whole building looks different. Nice. As seen above in the list of names for this day. No, not Mary's. I read what you typed. That's a response to Oki. I don't think he was basing what you said off of what you typed. I don't think he was basing what he said off of what you typed. Yeah, I need it rotated. How do I get this rotated? Does the other one exist somewhere? All of this I can do. I have no problems with any of this. My problem is going to be flipping this on the 90 within this. And I don't know how to do that. Except $120, What is this? 19. All right. All right, we can do it this way. I think. Really challenging the see, this one's not in the blueprint. I don't know why. Some of this stuff is not saving in the blueprint. It's super frustrating. Because it wouldn't let me save. The blueprint thinks it's empty. That works. Question is, can I get this boy locked in? No, it's not gonna work. Start over. Get rid of a little bit of this crap. Wait. I'm frustrated because I'm so close. We're deleting these. Maybe I can fix this. I'm getting bogged down on this, but you know, a lot of people ask, Kin, how did you make this city? How did you do this? You know, but the fact is, a lot of it's just this, you know, kind of ugly, irritating, pushing through when things don't work right. You know, it's not glamorous. It's like work. I mean, it's actually, it's like life, really. You know, it's just work. All right, let's try this. Still fiddling. You know, the theory of this is great. My problem is execution has been lacking. I'm so close. All right, Okie Sooner, have a good one. I reached the object limit in my other playthrough, and when I did, I made an adjustment to my engine file, and I've kept that adjustment. So even if I hit the object limit again, it would be fine. What's going on? Why can't I do this? That's definitely it. Yeah, there's no real way to... So simple too. I know why. I know why this happened. Because when I know what happened. So because I nudged it out of because the box was outside of the blueprint maker, it didn't save it as part of the blueprint. It still built it. It was just, it didn't exist inside the space that is the blueprint maker. All right, I know what happened. So that makes sense to me. I get that. And now I'm just kind of playing repair mode here. I don't want any of this. Any of this. That. I don't want that. Don't want that. Do want this. This piece right here is what I'm here for. That's too long. See, once it's in place, I can freeform it. I don't want this. Don't want this. I don't want this. Don't want this. I don't want this. Don't want that. I don't want that. Don't want that. All right, what do I now? Now I just need to build. I chopped too much. All right. Okay, I know what to do. Let's load version 2. Okay, and let's reload 19. Let's cut it before I add it. I don't need any of this. All I want is this center line. And we'll leave one. Right when I get on there, right when I get it in my brain, this happens. I still don't understand what was the part that wasn't saved. So what was happening is I built something. I put a blueprint inside of another blueprint, but I nudged that blueprint so that a part of its build box was outside of the blueprint maker. And so the blueprint maker, because I nudged it, it decided it to not count any of it. Yes. And then I have it in my head and I'm gonna get it and then we crash. I don't know why it always does this. Like right when I see like the light at the end of the tunnel and I'm excited and I'm driven and and I'm gonna knock it out before I forget, you know, before I, you know, it leaves my brain, we crash. It happens like often. I think I'm gonna do a restart of not a restart, but I think I'm gonna do a reinstall of Satisfactory. And see if that helps. Why? All my stuff is moved. Ugh. What is this? This is 19. See, look, none of this is in the blueprint maker. Because I nudged it, see? Okay. There's some crazy crap going on, and I've got to get a handle on what I'm actually doing here. If any part of the box is outside of the blueprint maker, even if the rest of the parts are inside, it doesn't count as if it's inside the blueprint maker. Does that make sense? You don't think it's just me? No, I was crashing before 1.1. So I was not crashing. I got a new computer. I started crashing. But it's interesting to note that it crashed with you. That is interesting to note. All right, and then we clear, we load. So irritating. I have to scroll down to get to the shit I was working on. All right. We delete everything. But this center one, it's all I need. No, that's not going to work. Because the shape of the box matters. I can delete some of it, but I can't delete the stuff that changes the shape. I gotta leave those edges. right, let's try this. Man, it would have been faster just to rebuild the whole effing thing from scratch. But I learned something. Right, now I know exactly what to delete because there's a lot less of it. Okay, and now we build what we want, which is right here on up. Let me delete that. All right. I think I've got it. Yeah. I'll show you. I'll let me get this in this guy, and we'll do a little bit of a review. Hold on, I got off here. All right, all of that for that stupid piece in there. Maybe I'll put some lighting there or something. Let me cover this little gap before I get frustrated. Too late for that, right? Actually, that wasn't that bad. This is why, like, if I had been doing this with like, at like 7 hours on the stream, I definitely would have been a little bit more ragey rather than doing it while I'm fresh. Here, let's... What I really need is a little hole. Who's got a hole? Okay, let's go up. Let me get this out of my head and then I'll show you. All right, how about one of these little bros? All right, we are on the mend here. We were in the weeds. We have pulled out of that nosedive. Can we not? We're not gonna copy. It was catching the other one. Oh my God, Becky. All right, that's kind of cool. It's just mostly to cover it. Can't really even see it from far away. Yeah, no, I think we have success here. All right, so let's go over this. Let's. I had this thing built. Here's what happened. This thing was built, it was perfect. And then I deleted the anchor point that I was using to add new things to the blueprint. And I was unable to being unable to recreate the anchor point made it difficult to quickly solve the problem. But the real problem is the fact that something that I built didn't stay in the blueprint maker. It didn't save. Okay, and so let's see if we can recreate it so that you guys can learn from my screw up here. So we had, we'll call it 1.16 version 2 here. Yes, here is the part that didn't save. What does 1.16 version 1 look like really quickly? Now, what I should have done, they look the same. What I should have done is before I deleted my anchor points, Hey, Captain Dynamo, I should have saved a version so that I could have gone back and fixed it in case there was a problem. Morning Kin, did you know in 1.1 you can copy signs with their color and intensity? Yes, not only have I been doing it all day, I've been doing it since the day that 1.1 came out, which was earlier this week. All right, so here's the part. I had built these and they extended down the way they needed to go, but they didn't save. Why didn't they save? I will show you. Now I'm going to estimate my anchor point, okay, to build this. It's not perfect. Watch me casually accidentally recreate my anchor point. You know how hilariously ridiculous that would be if that happened? 1 2 no 1 1 2, like that would just be par for the course, right? Like I can't fix it and it takes me like a half an hour or however long that shit was to fix the stupid thing, and then in the explanation of what happened I casually freaking fix it, right? All right, so this is we'll call this the point that I need to put new blueprints on. All right, so this was, well, let's try to do a better job. It was actually more like this. Okay, it was like this. All right, so what I was doing is I was taking another blueprint with the piece that was twisted and tilted and perfectly aligned, and I was dropping it in. Which one was it here? $17. Yeah, it was 17. All right, and so what I was doing is I was doing this, and then I was dropping it in. All right, look, that's not perfect, but let's pretend it was. All right, because again, this anchor point here is not correct, and so therefore this isn't working anymore. But let's just pretend that's lined up, right? Here's the problem. This is exactly what I did before. And I move this down, and yeah, look. This is the problem. The end, the box. Now, I don't know if it's any part of the box or if it's the bottom of the box or whatever, but a piece of the blueprint, this empty piece of the blueprint is outside of the blueprint maker. And so when I built this, boom. Okay, and again, it's not lined up, but let's pretend it is. When I built it, what I thought was this piece in the blueprint maker. And look, if you look, the entirety of this piece is in the blueprint maker, but because the box was nudged out of it, okay, and we're gonna run into this a lot more because why? Well, 1.1 gave us vertical nudging. Okay, I would have never been able to have done this before 1.1, but now that we have vertical nudging and I can nudge underneath the blueprint maker, now this doesn't count. This isn't actually in the blueprint, and I'll prove it to you. Okay, I'll delete the anchor points here. I'll save this 116 test. Let me clear the blueprint designer. Oh, look what's still there. And I load 116.10 test, and look what's missing. That's exactly what happened. Because I nudged the piece that I was adding underneath. All right, and then I spent like a bunch of time trying to figure out how to get this to get put back together in a way that looked good. All that makes sense? So, crisis averted. We're good to go. I learned something important. But you can simply zoop them longer from their end. No, I can't. No, I can't. I can't. Although, you know what I just realized maybe I could have done? I could have used this. Done this. If I have the anchor point of this metal beam. Yeah, this I could have done. All right, so let's fix it. I have to do the metal beam. I tried that. I couldn't get it to work. It's because it has to be in freeform. Now, if it was just default, sure, but it's not. It's in freeform. Still can't quite see. I still wouldn't have been able to get it all the way down there. Now, maybe if I rebuilt this thing higher and then extended it, you know, that probably would have worked. That's the solution, extending this down. But we have to do it with, and here's why. Okay, when you go beam to beam, default doesn't reorient the beam because it was connected to a beam that has a different orientation, right? Default is still horizontal and vertical, but a pillar does. See how the pillar does orient itself based upon the non-standard orientation of the metal beam to which it is attached. Okay, and then now I have an anchor point to extend it, because with freeform you have to look at something. So this is probably a better solution than the one that I came up with, right? Because if I don't do that, right, you're all over the place. Like, you gotta pick some point. Okay, I even tried picking the point. I did try picking the point here. That didn't work. So no, you can't just zoop it unless you find yourself the correct anchor point to put the other end in freeform, and we can do that with a pillar. But I didn't think of that at the time, and we did get it fixed, so we'll call it a win. Even though the way I ended up fixing it was a little bit janky. Okay, that's it for me. Congrats on beating the power plant. Ken, have a great Father's Day, and I'll catch up on Tuesday's stream. All right, yeah, Father's Day is going to be pork ribs. My wife's actually gonna be putting them on as about the time I'm ending the stream. And I tell you what, having the infinite nudge really opens up the possibilities. And vertical too. Because we didn't just get vertical nudge, we got vertical infinite nudge. If you not in free form mode, they should attach like the pillars, I thought. No, they don't. They don't. They don't reorient. They go directly horizontal or vertical. I think I showed that. So we actually went a little bit lower than the bend. You're fully in the picture. Do you mean like... caught up? You understand what in the picture? I think that's what you're saying. God, that goes together so easy. All right, let's go ahead and put these in. Yeah, so watch Sushi Cat. Sampled. Oh, except it's upside down because it flipped on me last second. Ooh, you know what we gotta do? We gotta do that other stupid, silly thing I did last night. All right, so we're gonna do something new here. Let's change the light on this side of the building. We're working in shadow. Speaking of adding to the BP, those windows are very long. If you'd match them better to the proportion of the other windows and add another horizontal steel beam between the existing ones, I might be able to. You know, if I did one like right here and did, now this one we can add on because yeah, I'm okay with it, honestly. Because the rotation point of the... it won't rotate flat. See, watch. That's as close as we get. I mean, that doesn't look bad, but that's not exactly... you know, I either get that one or that one. Right, I can't get it perfectly flat like this one. It's just a different setup. And that's because this is a custom plane. Like this angle is custom made because we don't have anything that is this angle here. All right, so now we get to do something else that's horrifying. But I did it a bunch last night. Let's see if I can remember. All right, we did a wall. And what we're doing is we are basically doing the same thing. You know how I have that technique where I lift a foundation up slightly using pillars and road barriers to manually customizing a tiny lift on a foundation? And I do that to solve Z fighting or to do tricks with layered foundations for different patterns. I'm sure you guys have seen me do that. I'm doing the exact same thing, but instead of lifting the foundation horizontally to avoid Z fighting. I'm going to scooch out laterally the pillar to avoid Z fighting. It's the same idea. We've just rotated it on its 90 degrees, and I'm using a wall instead of a road barrier. Fully in the picture. So in the picture is a little bit different of an idiom. It's close. We would say in the picture, like the situation, right? So like, let's say, I'm upset, I'm not very happy with my best friend's ex-wife because after she divorced him, she moved across the country and she's not even in the picture anymore. Right? So the picture would mean like that situation or that environment. Okay? So that's how we would use in the picture. Or she's out of the picture. Right? So no longer involved in the immediate situation to which we are referring. I think the way that you said fully in the picture, to me, that is more like that you are all caught up with current events. And I don't think we use it that way. Does that make sense? So we have a in the picture saying, but it's different. Okay. So back to this. This right here, this snap, this is no change. What I need to do is here, let's turn off this. Let's get a little closer. Okay, here is no change. What I need to do is bring it out. Unsnap it. See here versus there. It was on Zoop. All right, so in theory now, when I build this position, and we can see it. See that little lip right there? See that little lip? This lip is my difference for Z fighting. Okay, and we can transfer. Oh, and let's vertically nudge. Okay, we get rid of that. And then we can bring them up here. We could transfer this here. All right, and then these are all now the old depth, and these would be the new depth. All right, and let's see how we did. Now, I just have one problem with the vertical nudging, and that is in the 45 degree, it gets confused. I still don't have, it doesn't go that way like I need it to. And by the way, and now you can see that that pokes out a little bit, and that's going to keep our shit from Z fighting, in theory. Yep. So we don't Z fight. We do have that little line there. But now this one, I got so close that it doesn't Z fight and it doesn't give me the little line. But I couldn't quite get it here. And I did just also miss it here. So in a perfect world, you could perhaps get it to where the it doesn't Z-fight, and because, by the way, let's do one with the Z-fighting. Let's do one with the Z-fighting so you can see. See, we don't want this. I'm trying to avoid that. And I just want to displace them ever so slightly so that this one is punched out a tiny, tiny hair. And that's what we did here. We punched this one out. So in a perfect world, I wouldn't have the line, but to be honest with you, it's fine. Ah, crap. Yeah, no, that worked. No, it didn't. There we go. Yeah, no, I didn't figure that you invented it, eye in the sky. Yeah, that's interesting. That's, I mean, I watch a lot of British stuff. It's funny to me that I haven't heard that particular one. All right, so let's do the same thing here. Let's punch it out. I think we are gonna have to turn the light on because we're kind of on the dark side here. All right, so let's do it again. Let's pull up the wall. Can you see it? Locked in. Little tiny nudge. Rebuild that against the wall. And then when I put that lock to that one, because that one's been, you know, boop. And there's our tiny, tiny ledge. That one looks smaller than the other one. Maybe I got it close enough. All right, moment of truth. Ha. So, yeah, look at that. No Z fighting, but also no edge. We do have that little corner there, but that's okay. So that one looks even better, right? Because we have this line right here. So not bad. Maybe you used it wrong. I mean, either could be true. You could have used it wrong, or it could mean something differently. All right, guys. So we're gonna refill here. Got my finger over it. I'm not sponsored, but I would totally be. Please give me money to do things I would do anyway. That's really what I'm trying to achieve in life. I mean, let's be honest, we all are. Pay me to do things that I would do even if you weren't paying me. Okay, and so really, whiskey sponsorship is #1 on my list. Okay. I don't know anything about whiskey. I'd be a terrible in terms of, you know, knowledge. but I'll drink it on the stream. I'll talk about it. I'll tell you if I like it. And I do like this, by the way. I mean, on average, my audience... I mean, look, let's be honest here, okay? I don't have a, you know, average 17, 16, 15-year-old audience that plays Fortnite. Those dudes don't have any money, okay? Now, if you're a 17-year-old guy that plays Fortnite and you're listening to me, okay, know that you're in the minority. All right, on average, I've got, you know, like middle-aged, 98% male, okay? You know, mostly, you know, older than, you know, the average is like 30 years old, 35 years old. I mean, lots of retired people, you know, guys drink more whiskey than women. You know, on average, okay. I know that there are exceptions to everything. I mean, if there was gonna be a person that streams video games that would be a good match for a whiskey sponsorship, it's gonna be me. You know, I mean, I actually have no idea how to do those. Like, I actually just, you know, I cracked 10K not too long ago. I actually feel like it wouldn't be embarrassing at this point to ask, to reach out and ask, like, I don't know, do they contact you? Do you contact them? I have no idea how any of this works. So I'm just basically just talking out of my ass, which, let's be honest, is all I ever do anyway. I am 50 and drinking whiskey too. See? Friday night, Saturday night. I mean, I have the demographics of my channel. It's literally like 98.5% male. And I do have a decent amount of demographics like 25 to 30, but most of them are older than that. Dictionary says I used it right, which is exactly like the German idiom, but doesn't mark it chiefly BE. Check now other dicks. Even Merriam-Webster says here in the picture. Are we looking up idioms now across cultures? Because actually that shit kind of interests me. In the definition of in the picture, it's an idiom, right? Idiom. Yeah, it does say fully informed about something. He called Forbes in London to put him in the picture. I don't use it like that. And see, this is how, here's how I described it, right? Involved or playing a part in something, in the same situation or relationship. Yeah, suddenly Nikki, who Chloe has erased from her life, is back in the picture and causing havoc, right? Like as part of the environment. So I think it's British. I think it's a British versus American use of that idiom, which is actually really interesting to me. We would say, like, I would say up to speed. Do you use that one eye in the sky? So I would have said, okay, I'm up to speed, right? Yeah, you'd probably have to contact a brand ambassador to ask. Yeah. I haven't really thought about that. I'm focused on, it's almost like, have you guys seen the movie, The Social Network, the movie about Facebook? There's a part in that where he's in build mode on the website. The business guy wants him to put ads, and Zuckerberg's like, no, I don't want to put ads, that'll ruin it, right? I feel like I'm sort of in the same position with my channel. I'm in build mode. I'm trying to get my shit together. I'm trying to, figure out exactly how I want to package my content. I got to get better at streaming. I got to get an editor in place, right? I'm in build mode, and I'm not really concerned yet about kind of taking that to leveraging into money mode. Now, having said that, I'll definitely take what comes my way, and I'm always looking at ad revenue and stuff, but I know for a fact that most YouTubers don't make their money off of ads or subs or memberships, right? Sure, they make some, but a lot of them make the majority of their money off of sponsorships. And so, when the time is right, I'll try to tackle that, but I just feel like right now my energy is better spent getting better at doing this rather than trying to leverage what I have into dollars. Now we got a 2-for-1, because when we push that out down there, we've also pushed this out here as well, because this one stayed the same and that one will stay the same as well. So this vertical line we have brought towards us, and so any of the offshoots will be underneath it, and I think we'll continue to do that. You forgot the existence of that one. Oh, the up to speed. Yeah, that's probably the one I would have used in that situation. But I actually do really find that stuff interesting. The majority of my viewership is not from the United States. I think a big reason for that is the hours in which I stream. Let's be honest. Most of the time I'm streaming, it's, between, midnight and, 4 a.m. in the United States. Whereas it's the middle of the day, in Europe and Australia, or the morning in Europe. So it just makes sense. But yeah, I find all that shit super interesting. Don't say anything on holiday, it's morning. Nice. Well, listen, you're only an alcoholic if you're drinking alone, and this counts. I love the arrows too. It's really nice. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. here. Love the videos. Thank you for amazing work. You're welcome. Thank you for watching. I really think we can probably do the majority of the framework, or at least sort of the next section of the framework, and then we'll catch up with the walls. And we also need to do some of the front of this beast too. We've been working on the back half, but we haven't really touched the front of this yet. To be fair, the back half is by far the more complicated portion, which I do tend to try to get that done first. City, the city whose founder never sleeps. Dude, I know, man. One day. I'll sleep one day. I got a little frustrated because it sort of kind of hit me in a practical sense that I remember I was tired, and you know, my stream was starting, right? I'm starting at 9 p.m. I'm gonna start a 6-hour stream, right? And I just remember thinking, I remember telling my wife, you know, I was just really frustrated that, you know, essentially you guys get the leftover parts of my time. Like, my work gets first priority on my time, right? And then my family gets second priority, and that's fine. But then you guys get whatever's left over. And if I can create content that has gotten me to 12,000 subs, and I'm making, you know, between, you know, about $1,500 a month with, you know, the way things are at now, that fluctuates pretty heavily. But you like, if I could do that with what is basically leftover energy, like, I would be excited to, you know, I would want to know, I want to know what I can tackle when you guys get the best from me. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of, like, can I give better content when I'm in a better position? Does that make sense? And part of that is just being tired. I think I'm going to take a day off next week, though. I didn't quite get my report out on Friday like I needed to, but I was able to buy myself one extra day. So Monday, I'm going to, I have to finish a, basically, what I do for work is I write reports. And if we already have had the client, it's significantly easier. In this case, it's a brand new client. By the way, the report that I write, I would say there's 20 people that know how to do it. That's it, like, period. And 3 or 4 of them work at my firm. That we have competition, but you know, it's not really, there's not many of them. You know, so and it's important work, and You know, it matters. But, and actually I am, I'm actually doing a presentation on my work next spring. At least I think I am. I'm all signed up to do it. We have to be awarded the time slot. It's me, a lawyer, and a CBO from a school district. One of the reasons I want to lose some weight. Let's see. Is this the top or the bottom? $19. So that's pretty cool. And it's not about how to like do my job, but it's more like how, shoot, that's 20. It's more to future clients. 20. So he's the top one. Anyway, the point is that I've been working on this thing for weeks, and I should be able to send it Monday. I'm probably gonna just take Tuesday off from work. I have more reports to do, but none of them are really that imminent, and I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. All right, what is going on with this? Bum, 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 bum. You nudge appropriately? Ooh. It actually doesn't go here. This is wrong. The price is wrong. It goes this way. Wonder if we can do a similar nudge. Yes, we can. Chicky nudgies. We got off somehow. Oh, I know how. Come on. All right. Yeah. These are so frustrating. Like, how in the world do I solve this? You know, do I do... I mean, I've tried this before and nothing works. Not really. That looks like crap, you guys. And that's better. Oh, shit. Gotta stop deleting anchor points. he says right when he deletes an anchor point. Yeah, we're not quite there. Let me build this. I mean, that's not bad. That's the best one so far. I mean, it's not great. It's definitely not great. But you know, from a distance, as long as it's not freaking like super distracting, you know, I guess. I don't know, man. See, it's doing it again. Okay. DJ Varick, morning. Can you show the billboard settings for that gradient effect? Yeah. There you go. I'll leave it there for a second. And it's 3 and glossy. Well, I get a drink. But it's really the vertical gradient, and then the background color is black. You know, like I could change the black color to the teal that we like. The only problem is the teal just destroys the purple. Right? We'd have to like lower the brightness of the teal to something like this. Right? Even then, like, but yeah, that's the settings. DJ Varick, is the power plant at 100% after fixing water trains? It is at 100%. The water trains were the vast majority. I did a couple of pipe expansions from 1 to 2. Basically, there was a couple of Mark 1 pipes where there probably should have been Mark 2 the whole time in the nitrogen and one of the oils. But that's it. Other than that, it's at 100%. Well, it's at 100%, but those are additional things that I had to do to get it to 100% since the trains. Hey, Tom G, bought a bunch of tomatoes of a yellow variety, made a tomato sauce out of them, and damn, this stuff looks odd. Brain gets fried when you put it in your mouth and realize it's tomato sauce. Nice. Okay. I mean, this isn't bad. Auto save. We should do the thing. We should do the thing. I said we were gonna do the thing for all vertical. We should do the thing. I gotta rebuild that, but that's okay. You said I didn't do two sides of it. So what I'm gonna start doing is all vertical. Okay, locked in and moved out. And all we're doing is solving for Z fighting, as I explained a few minutes ago. Now, this entire side has to be based on this. And the reason that I do that, I will show you in case you didn't see earlier, but you probably did. So that we can go like this. There's no Z fighting. And it looks good. Only problem is I gotta delete all this that we built and bring it down. Don't mind me, I just can't see anything. Minor detail when playing a game. I would love to be able to finish this exterior tonight. It's probably too much to ask. I would love to be designing blueprints tomorrow night. Wait, is today Saturday? Crap, today's Saturday. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday, so I'm not streaming tomorrow night. Yes, technically now it is Sunday. Even for me. It's not the next day until you've gone to sleep. I don't make the rules. Like you would like to if you could get 8 hours interrupted. Yeah, the customs. Well, you know. I can't really even sleep for 8 hours. Well, I say that and I'm kind of joking. I probably slept for about that today. What I could do is like sleep for 6, wake up for like an hour, and then go back to bed, sleep for like another 4 or 5. I could probably do that. It's just sleeping 8 hours straight would be tough. Yeah. You sorry if you missed it, but you can show the billboard signs again. Yeah, of course. Here you go. And then down here is emission strength 3 and glossy, but here's the important stuff. That third color there is the color of the background. So you can change that to change the black into something else. Yeah, no problem. And let's see if we can get this bad boy. At least something that doesn't look like hot garbage. Like absolute ass. Like change the black to white for a brighter gradient. Well, here let's see what it looks like. It's blown out there. Let's go with a gray. What if you switched them? Yeah, yeah, it's funky. Yeah, I was sort of expecting that, but can I have a seems sort of a problem here. Sleeping 8 hours straight is unnatural. Still up until the Middle Ages, people do light constraints. The melatonin in your brain produces that makes you sleepy when it's dark. Had intermittent sleep. Well, it could be because I am grossly overweight, but I tend to, if I sleep really long, I wake up with such a with a bad backache. Man, I'm kind of a sad panda again with this. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. I think we leave it for now and tackle it later if we so choose. I'm curious, Ken, what's your day job? Yeah, I was actually just talking about a little bit, but here, let me read this in the chat. That was because there was no oil lamps. The Tudor era. Yeah, the 8-hour night of sleep has been a thing since the Victorian era, and I prefer that one over the 3 hours here, 3 hours there, and maybe 3 hours before dawn. Yeah, 3 hours is a little light. Like I said, I feel good. I think my preferred sleep would be like 6.5, and then like a 2-hour nap, like in the middle of the day. If I did that, I think I'd be pretty good. Or skip the nap. So my day job, I work for a private company, and we do consulting work. The consulting work that we do is we help school districts get facility funding or funding to build new schools, right, for their facilities. There are many different hoops that a school district has to jump through in order to get different types of funding from the state, and we mostly do state funding. That's the majority, but from the state or from developers who build houses. And then what I do in the company is actually a side job for the company, right? It's side business. And that is the developers. So California passed Prop 13 in the, I don't know, the 80s here. When was... Oh my God. '78. Okay. It was a landmark initiative that fundamentally altered property taxation in the state. Now, again, you have to remember, if you are not from the United States, just consider each state like its own country. Okay? Many of the laws are the same, laws relating to the federal government, right? But there are fundamental differences when you cross state lines. Okay? How things are taxed, laws, very, very similar to a country. Yes, there's no Army of California. Okay? But in many ways, it's like its own country. And California, now in Texas still has similar property taxes, a similar property tax setup that California did before the passage of Prop 13. But essentially what Prop 13 did is it took and it limited the amount of how fast your property taxes could go up. All right, so if your value of your home, if your valuation, went like this, then the property taxation could only go like this. And California is known for property tax or property values that go like that, right? So what is this gap here? Who got screwed, right? What's the difference there? Well, one of the things, there's many things, but I work in school districts. Okay, so because that law passed, and by the way, if you don't know, a proposition is a law that was put on the books by the people. Okay, it's a direct democracy thing. All right, this thing passed. It changes how things work. Captain Dynamo, I did actually. One of them. Depends on what your. I have a contract with them. Yeah. We actually just recently did it. But anyway, so that gap, right? This gap here for school districts, the facilities. So new schools fell into that. So what was the response? The response was a new law, and that new law made it so that if a developer builds 1,000 houses, okay, and again, this may be different for, you know, a lot of Europe is, you know, built out. I know it's not really, but there are enormous pieces of land in the United States, and even California, the most populous country in the United States, where there's just nothing, or farmland, or deserts, or mountains, right? I mean, in the suburbs of Sacramento, there are plans for 50,000 homes to be built across the northern part of the greater Sacramento area. Now, that may take 20 years to build. The point is, and that's just, I mean, there's so much more, right? So where does the money for the schools go to the kids that come from those 1,000 houses? Well, it can't come from the property taxes anymore, at least not completely. There's still a portion that gets paid. And so what the law did is it allowed for the school district to charge a developer a fee when they build the home. And to me, that makes sense, right? So if the developer is going to build 1,000 homes and make money off of it, well, he can take a portion of that money and he can feed it to the school district, so the school district can afford to build the school that those kids are going to go to. And then it works out too, because most developers, they don't mind paying it, and some even pay more to make sure that the school that these the kids from the 1,000 homes are going to go to are really nice ones. Why? Well, it's easier for them to sell their homes if they've helped build the school that the kids are going to go to. The parents are much more likely to buy a home if they've got a nice new school in that school district. All right, and so in theory, that's how it works. It doesn't always work that way in practice, but sometimes it does. And so the thing is that in order for the developer to pay the school districts, the school district has to justify that they need the money. If the school district has a bunch of money, or if there's a bunch of seats, like maybe there's already a school nearby those 1,000 homes that's basically empty that those kids can go to. What I do is I write the report that justifies the school to charge the fees to the developer so that this can happen. That's what I do. And my reports, none of mine have been, knock on wood. It is possible for my reports to be sued. My coworkers have been brought up in court, right? If I make a mistake and the developers are like, you know what? I don't believe you. You got to prove your analysis sucks. And I think there's a flaw because there's a bunch of laws related to my analysis. Okay, we have to do certain things. That's not what I want. We have to do certain things in a certain way. Otherwise, we will get our butts sued off. And then the school district has to give back the money if my analysis doesn't follow the law. There's different flavors of that type of fee as well. There's kind of the standard one that everybody pays, and then there's the extra one. The extra one is like the school says, oh man, we're really screwed here, guys, really behind. You as a developer have to pay a lot more than you normally would because, you know, things are really bad here. And what I specialize in, and what I said earlier, only 20 people in the state of California can really do what I do. What I kind of specialize in is that extra, right? The bonus extra amount, because it's highly contentious. It's actually an unlimited fee. You just have to do the work to prove that the district needs it. So your shit has to be perfect. Otherwise, your ass is going to court. And like I said, so far so good. So I work with a lot of lawyers, legal counsels that look over it, make sure that things are things are following the law as written. But yeah, that is what I do. You work security for Lodi School District's construction sites. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, we just did their report, actually. 1,000 homes comes out to an average of somewhere between 200 to 250 kids that are going to need a school to go to. Well, it depends. So every demographic, so that's part of the analysis we do. We have to show, it's called a student generation rate. On average, how many kids come out of a home in that district, right? 1,000 homes built in San Francisco, where half a mile from Facebook and YouTube, right? Do you think those apartments are going to generate a lot of kids? No, right? They're going to be college, just out of college, young adults that are working those tech jobs. It's not going to have now. Sure, they're going to have some kids. Sure, they're going to have some, but we're not talking like families with 3 kids here. Versus, an apartment built in the Central Valley where there's a lot of farming happening. Okay, the apartment built there, they may average 0.8 kids per apartment, whereas the one in the Bay Area may average 0.1. There may be 8 times the amount of kids that come out of, an apartment in one area of the state versus an apartment in another area of the state. Okay, and so that's actually part of the work that we do, is to determine, and plus, is the school district you're working with unified, right? Does it handle all 12 grades like Lodi does, or does it handle, is the school you're building an elementary school? What about the high school? How many high school kids are going to come out of there? Maybe you've got room at your high school, but you don't have room at your elementary school. Okay, how does that matter? And maybe you've got $30 million saved from the state program for reimbursement. We have to factor that in. So that's all the kind of work that I do. But it's funny, we actually just did that contract. We worked with them a few years ago, and then there was some turnover, and we didn't work with them for a while, and then we just started working again. You don't consider flats and apartment homes? Well, if kids live in them, then they're homes. Surplus Lover 69. Hey, I just brought a 3D printer. Got a 3D print a build tool and some other Satisfactory stuff. Nice. That's awesome. I respect that kind of work. Yeah. No, it's good. I enjoy it. Every client's different. There's always new problems to solve. I'm all good with all that stuff. But just, I have in general it's really, I just get bored. I do. I've been doing this for 10 years. I know a lot about it. Again, I'm doing a presentation on it, right? I know it. I know it well. I just get bored. I wish I didn't. I want to do, I'm ready to do other things, It's one of the reasons why, I'm doing this channel. But the job is great. The work is great. My bosses are all great. I have a ton of freedom. I work from home, right? As long as I turn my reports in on time, nobody gives a crap. You know, just get your shit done. You know, I have a job people would kill for. Well, maybe not kill for, but I have a great job. And, you know, doesn't change the fact that, you know, I sometimes feel like I'm ready to do something else, you know? Work the one off Lower Sac and the one off Lodi Avenue and the one up by Old Town. Bear Creek, Victor Elementary, still Victor. Yeah, yeah. Let's try a different approach here, maybe. Yeah, didn't you say you were in can't remember. Stockton, right? Yeah, you were in Stockton. Can't remember. This is not gonna work. Frustrated. All right, let's try back here. I think that was maybe the problem. Let's try center to center first. Yeah. I had them too. I still have them. Yeah, that looks good. Can we make it work here? Ooh, we may have a winner here, guys. That's pretty good. I think that's better than the other one. I'm really happy with that one. But the thing is, my whole life I've done so I'm a licensed realtor. I've been a realtor for 16 years. I used to flip houses. I drove Lyft for almost 4 years. I've really focused a lot on learning how to invest. I got really into crypto for a while. I mean, I did, you know, I have done tons of stuff. I am helping my wife with her art business, and my degree is in economics. And so, you know, my kind of focus is, you know, and what I've always wanted to do is run businesses, and, you know, I would do real estate, and I've never had a rental. Would I do that? I would. I definitely would do that. Although it's hard to be a landlord in California for many reasons. That's probably not my first choice. I think there's other ways to be exposed to the real estate market without having to kind of do that, you know. Having said that, you know, it can be super lucrative. It's just, you know, there's a lot of things that are lucrative, and it just depends on if you want to put up with the work and the hassle. You know, I've considered starting a restaurant, you know, but then I realized I am lazy and I don't want to work that hard. You know, so I'm down for and have done a lot of things and hopefully continue to do stuff. There's some engineering things that I want to do, right? There's some things that I haven't done. You know, if I had the money and the time, I would love to set up a shop like, you know, you watch any of those guys like, I think it's Stuff Made Here. There's a bunch of them, right? Kind of basically engineering channels, you know? I would love to do that. CNC machines, 3D printing, you know, but do it for myself. I would love to do that kind of stuff. There's some things that I have always wanted to build that I never, you know, life just happened. And, you know, other things happened, but we're looking good. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I would like to do. Doesn't mean I don't like my job. I can tell you this: I don't want to work for anybody. If I have to work for somebody, you know, let's make it be. I'm very happy that it's the job that I have, but I prefer to work for myself. You know, essentially that's what I went to college for, working for myself. You know. Your most recent was the day when they're building the new quad. You said you do security for the projects, for the construction projects. Is that what you said? I think that's what you said. All right, that's pretty close to what we had over there. Yeah. All right, do we want to do that same thing that we did? Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, we help them get money to do the projects that you provide security on, which is pretty interesting if you think about it. Can I get up in there? What's the best way to do this? Let's do this. Yeah, the money that was probably spent on you, I helped the district get. That's actually technically probably not true, but maybe. It's unlikely, but it theoretically could have happened. It's actually more likely that one of my coworkers did that. So again, the main bread and butter of my work is my company's work is state funding. The process for a school district to get funded is so complicated that they have to hire private firms like mine to help them get through the process of getting money to build new schools. It's ridiculous. I always say, like, You know, when people argue like bigger government, smaller government, like, oh, the government should do this, the government should do that. I always just say, hey, you know what? When they can do a good job with their current responsibilities, we'll talk then about adding to their list of responsibilities. That's basically my overall stance on that kind of a thing. Ooh, it looks good. So we're getting the fiddly stuff done here. But we are... trying... I don't like that. Something's wrong. Trying to get to a place where we can just spam out all these walls, basically. Dude. There we go. Yeah, and the contract you used to pay there from the district to pay. Yeah, I was making that assumption for sure. Yeah. You know, it goes through the contract. All right, let's see if we can get this bad boy placed. Luckily, oh no. So I wonder why that happens. All right, now it's okay. Sometimes when I nudge, it nudges in the diagonal. Actually, we need to lock in this roof piece that we did over here. Ooh. At least they smooth the blueprint lag out finally. Yeah, you will. Watch this. You think? There was a time when it was really buggy for sure. They should use this blueprint to test it. All right, we've saved in case what I'm about to do crashes my computer. By the way, if my computer, so I have two computers. I have a live stream computer that is responsible to keep the live stream going. And then I have my computer that I'm playing the game on. If the screen ever just goes black, it means that that computer has crashed. Although actually you'll still be able to see my face. You just won't be able to hear me. Because the video gets routed outside of the computer, but the audio goes through the computer. But check this out. Anyway, if that ever happens, just hang out because I just got to reboot the computer. All right, after the autosave, it's my train spiral blueprint. can't even build it. There's not enough concrete in the dimensional depot to build it. It's so big, it takes, well, look at it. It takes almost 4,000 concrete to build one blueprint. To be fair, I haven't tried to build this blueprint since I got the 5090 and the new computer. All right, the dimensional depot is filling up. It may be hard to see. It's right. It's the concrete there. We got to get to 3786. And it'll use everything in my inventory and everything in the blueprint designer. We'll see if we can build it. All right, there we go. All right, let's see how laggy we get. Oh, it's frozen. The computer, everything's frozen. As soon as I clicked on it to build it. Thank you for the follow, Nethology. This is why I saved. Okay. Okay. It's up, but we've got like 5 seconds per frame. Okay, I'm gonna lock it. Okay, as soon as I was gonna say, as soon as I locked it, the truck started rolling again. It got unlocked somehow. Yeah, I keep trying to lock it, but it won't lock. Yeah, blueprint about to cause blue screen of death. All right, let's just build it. Let's see how it builds. All right, as long as I'm not moving it and it's having to recalculate the new position, everything works fine. All right, I just clicked to build it. This blueprint is available on my Discord if anybody wants to build this massive, massive thing. This is the same blueprint that I used underneath this city. This is the massive train spiral that brings all trains up into the city. Yeah, your new setup hasn't tested your lit column gate that you designed before 1.1 came out. Yeah, by the way, I did design this in update 8, and this is using an old technique that is no longer viable to be done in vanilla, but you used to be able to build outside of the blueprint maker. I hit escape. There we go. It'll build just fine. There it is. There's a lot of lights. A lot of lights. And then what this does is, if I want to build another one, I just put, this is the center. This is the exact center. I just put it on top of that one, rotated 25%, and then this perfectly connects to that, right? And then it just boom, 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 all the way up. So that's how that works. And this was designed in vanilla, but again, it can no longer be. I can build it just fine. We just can't. I can't rebuild it. I can't change it either. I can't change it. It's like lost technology from Elantris. By the way, that technique was pioneered by Popcac. I just took his technique and then I designed my blueprint using his technique, but I definitely did not come up with it. See, yeah, that one got messed up. Let's try again. It's really frustrating. When I hit down, it doesn't go down. I'm trying to nudge down, but it's nudging in the diagonal instead of in the cardinal directions. So that's why I'm a little frustrated right now. There we go. All right, so if I look at, I think if I look at the tilted wall, it seems to be better. I think what's happening is I'm looking at the, either the beams. Or maybe the signs. I think the sign, I think it's probably the beams. So I go to the back, and if I target, yeah, see that worked. Wait, don't I have a big vertical one? I think I have a big vertical boy for this. This is why I built this. So it does 3 at a time. And then I forgot. I had to look up the patch notes to figure out page up and page down raises and lowers the H-locked objects. Yes. What did I do over here? I didn't do anything. It's a big old hole. Come on. And then I'll do some trimming here. Alrighty, it's coming together. Each of these panels uses 32 crystal oscillators. Luckily, we're making a crap ton of them in the crystal oscillator factory. Let's get some light on this side of the building if we can. And we don't really get any light from the north. It's not bad. All right, and then I think I've got a vertical. Vertical onesie, which is perfect. All right, let's do the front siding here. And then we will head around to the opposite side. Oh, encased industrial beams are the holdup. You know, I just had a thought. Is Eye in the Sky still here? I don't know why this popped into my head, but I don't have an answer for a, if, you know, Europe, any country, or Australia, how they handle juries. I wonder if it's the same, or how different it is. I don't know why that popped into my head. We were talking about idioms before, so no relation at all to juries. Really, what made me think of it is I thought about a jury that I was on recently. But I don't know why I thought about that. And then I was like, hey, I wonder how these other countries handle that. All right. God, that went together so fast. All right. Yeah, it's in court. Like, my thought would be that it's probably the same as us, but then on the other hand, I'm like, well, so much else is different. That would probably be different too. All right, let's put the one in there. Come on. Yeah, fulfill jury duty, but with civil or minor cases, there's only the judge. Yeah. And you're Australia, right, Kevgo? So you guys have jury duty and just like we do. Let's take a look. I'm gonna go ahead and fill in all those gaps, get that edge clean, and then we're gonna switch gears to the front. And then we'll work the front up to the same height at, oh, Germany. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you were Australia. Now, I remember that now. It makes sense. Ooh, it looks good. Well, I didn't know we were playing on planet Earth, Eye in the Sky. But I think Eye in the Sky might be very much behind the VOD. I want to go see how we're looking over here. Are we full? Oh, it's full. Let's see if we're overflowing. Oh, it's actually behind me. Where's the backup? It's not backed up to there. It's not backed up to there. Sakuya, hello. You're 6 minutes behind live. Yeah, that's what I thought. Man, I should have just gone back from here. This should start backing up the belt slowly but surely. Don't call me slowly. Yeah, there it is. So that is going to very slowly continue to back up all the way around that belt, go all the way around this way, back down, and it'll back up here, and then eventually it'll back up and we'll sink it. I'm just a hair. Why don't we mess with it? Why don't we mess with it? Let's go up 1.5. Okay, let's go up 1.5. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use just a little bit more of that coal to see if how the backup gets affected. So this will definitely back up slower, but it might actually go in reverse, in which case eventually we would run out down here, and I don't want that. So, you know, perfect world, it stays the same. Here, let's mark it. I'm kind of just, you know, screwing around here. This isn't important. But this is where the backup was. And then we'll come back and, like, you know, into the stream and see if the backup is over there, in which case we can slow it down a little or speed up the speed of the thing a little bit more, the machine, or if it's back here, then we have to slow it back down. Maybe your English writing is flawless. Yeah, I would have never. So English isn't your first language? I would have never ever thought that. In this guy, I'm reminded every day that English is not his first language. But no, I wouldn't have thought that. As far as you know, no country in Europe uses this concept. The judge of a specific case is the prime and sole higher instance that does all ruling. So the judge decides if you're guilty or innocent. I thought Kevgo just said that in Germany that you have to fulfill the jury duty if you're selected. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's switch over to the single. MCO, good morning, Mr. Kin. I finally got my jetpack since yesterday, only biofuel right now, but luckily I had a lot laying around. Well, as soon as you can. I think we talked about this, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself. But as soon as you are able, definitely get to the liquid biofuel. It is so good. Oh, the judge can overturn? Ooh. The judge does the sentencing. Well, I think it in all of the jury duties that I've done, the judge can't overturn a ruling, guilty or not guilty, or if the jury gets hung, meaning they can't decide, then you can get a retrial, perhaps. But yeah, there's no overturning the ruling. Now the judge can in part overturn it because he can't just decide like, oh, I think they're, and maybe they can't in your case either, but he can't just be like, oh, you guys said he was guilty, but I think he's innocent. Oh, he's innocent. That definitely doesn't happen. Now you can file for you can appeal. If you can prove that there was something that was bad that happened, you could get a new trial. The judge, in all the cases I've been a part of, the judge decided the punishment. So, maybe if, the jury said, in one case, there was this, it was arson, and the dude did it. But there was some extenuating circumstances, and really arson includes or attempted arson. It was attempted arson. And basically he dumped some gasoline in a house. Was he really going to burn the house down? There was some reasoning to think that maybe he wasn't. He was just really, really upset. We had to say that he was guilty because he broke that law, because the attempted is, anyway, it's a long story. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure the judge felt that, I think the judge gave him a lower sentence because of, even though he technically broke the law, there was a bunch of, I don't know if I want to say extenuating circumstances, but there was some things that were happening that, he didn't exactly break it in the sense that you would think of attempted arson. Does that make sense? So I got a feeling that, he didn't make him innocent by any means, but did he make the punishment less? I think he did. Right, so I think the punishment was reduced because, and so they have that power. Yeah, no, the jury decides. The jury says you're innocent. There ain't a thing a judge can do, except, they could maybe grant some appeals. Like, there's some ways to fight it, but it isn't a unilateral judge decision. Or appeal granted new evidence. Yeah. If something pops up, you can try to get a retrial. There's a lot of things that you can do, but the judge just can't decide that you're innocent when the jury says you're guilty, or vice versa. That's interesting. Yeah, I've been in 2 juries in my life. One was this attempted arson. That was the most recent one. I felt bad for the guy. I know that's weird to say, that he was an attempted arsonist, but I felt bad for him. I think everybody on the jury did. The other one I was a part of, honestly, saying what it was, I could talk around it, but actually saying what it was would get my video demonetized, I bet. It was bad. Let's just say I never thought so we went through 3 days of jury selection. And I never thought, when I found out what the accusation was, I never thought in a million years the lawyer would let me be a part of the jury, right? Because jury selection, the lawyer can kick people out that they think can't. Like, I can sit there and say that I could be unbiased. I'll tell you this: if I was a lawyer, I would have kicked me out. 100%. No way I would have let me be a jury in that and the reason is because I have 4 daughters. And he was accused of 11 counts. And she testified. And she was 12. But we were asked, like, is this something that you can do? Can you handle this? Is this going to be too traumatizing? And I thought about it. I did. I thought seriously about it. And I ended up basically coming to the conclusion that, you know, somebody has to do this. And I believe that it's something I can do. And so I'm going to not excuse myself from this trial. You know, if they kick me off, fine. But I'm not going to. And by the way, I mean, it was random because I got pulled in like first day, and and they pull a random, like you're in the pool, right? And you're sitting in the courtroom, and they just randomly, okay, this person come up, and they interview you. They kick off basically. Oh, well, the first thing that they did is they explained what the charges were, and they were like, raise your hand if you feel like that you cannot do this. It's very, you know, it's going to be about a week and a half. You know, we're going to hear testimony from the victim, and, you know, raise your hand if you cannot handle this. It's very, very serious subject matter. And basically 2/3 of the hands went up, right? And so, and I didn't, because I felt like, okay, well, somebody has to do this, right? And then they brought in a whole nother room full, and basically 2/3 of them put their hand up. And then they brought in a third room, and 2/3 of them put their hand up. So then we were left with one room of, you know, one courtroom full of people that could have theoretically been okay with being on this case, right? And so 3 days we do interviews, and you know, the lawyers are kicking people out left and right, not letting them be on the you know, on the jury. And just by random chance, I wasn't picked because I'm in there, and then they have this basically random number generator. And because if the first or second day, if they bring me up, guaranteed I get kicked out. Guaranteed. Right? Because I knew the questions that they were asking. Basically, anybody with kids got removed because it would be very hard to be unbiased, and I get that. But it just so happened that by the end of the third day, the judge is like, guys, we can't keep doing this. You guys have got to decide on a jury, right? And so I was like one of the last people called up. Just again, random chance. And yeah, it's crazy. And it was rough. But I'm glad I did it. We found him guilty, by the way. All counts. What is going on with this? All right, that works. I'm working on unlocking. Oh, right now, a huge boost to my energy. Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure, but I think we don't have jury in the Netherlands, maybe only with big crimes. Yeah, but jury duty isn't like a thing. So, I mean, I get a jury summons basically once every 18 months. Everybody has to go in. You can get excused if you're a sole, like if you own your own business. My wife has gotten excused because she, you know, takes care of young children. You don't get paid. But most businesses will, you know, still pay you even while you're at jury duty. It's kind of like this thing, like, you know, you have to do. Ooh, I made a mistake here. Yeah, it's all the time. I mean, it's constant. Yeah, let's try this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Netherlands doesn't have it. Yeah. They don't want me on a jury because of my personality. I'm argumentatively, super hypocritically cynical. And if it's a child abuse case, I'm biased. I lived with my mother when she was a foster mom, so I got real emotional around that sort of thing. Yeah. Well, and this one was so intense that they basically gave everybody the ability to check themselves out right at the beginning. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I appreciate that, Kivgo. Hello, Surplus, welcome back. Yeah, that's true, I the Sky. You write so often there's more opportunity to show writing flaws. I will give you that. You do talk a lot. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, only judge or judges. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's at least 2 countries in Europe that don't do juries really at all. Interesting. Yeah, no, the jury of your peers is a very, very big thing here. Guys, we have built up the first 2/3 of this on the back half. We have a lot of our blueprints in place. Things should be able to be built much more quickly. So let's change our wrap. My recording died. Minikin's work. Let me see if I can fix it. I gotta reset it. Reset OBS. Okay, this is part 2 of the VOD, what, 93? Yeah. Because OBS died. Man, I gotta get these little issues worked out on this computer. Everything works until it doesn't work. You live in France and you don't know about jury. Yeah. Yeah, I wondered that. I wondered if you guys had them. I don't know why. I've seen British, like, court cases. Like, mostly they're period pieces, though. So I don't know how much of that is, like, accurate, right? You never know. Do you plan on using another color for a build? Not like pink or purple or teal? No. No, this city has these themed colors. Pretty much the purple, the teal, and the orange. That's it. You know, I don't know if maybe there's a special case. You know, I can't promise that won't happen, but that's my base sort of assumption, or, you know, that's my starting place. I think the jury is not really present in most of EU. Yeah. It's like the aura caption in a city, very pretty. Yeah, yeah. And if you haven't seen this, I'm kind of using this picture as sort of my design, like, I don't know, Bible, I guess, or like master, you know, look. That's why I'm trying to do either, you know, mostly vertical. You know, some of these have horizontals. That's why most of the vast majority of my buildings only have one color. Now, obviously, the rocket fuel factory was purposefully a break from this. On, you know, like as a contrasting tool, right? So it looks vastly different. But you know, my thought is that the majority of the rest of the buildings are, you know, I'm trying for this kind of look. Panda Alvi, first time chatter on Twitch. Good morning. Yeah, inspiration, but it's more than that. It's more, it's like my blueprint. Like, I'm inspired by a lot of things. Whether or not I put this onto my city, it's whether or not it fits into this. How I light it fits into this. Does that make sense? So it's more than an inspiration. It is a blueprint, I would say. And I might be splitting hairs there, I admit, but that's kind of where I'm at. Let's chop it off the back. All right, where do you chop? I think we're 1, 2, 3. I think we're gonna be good right there. That's why a lot of times people were suggesting kind of certain buildings, and I basically was able to essentially reject them because they didn't fit in that first picture. The Almighty Kin is still awake. Did the stream crash? No, the stream didn't crash. My recording crashed. My recording software. No, why do you think the stream crashed? chop GTA reference? I'm not sure. When did I say chop? Didn't I say just chop this off? Isn't that all I said? I don't know. Did I say something else? Sometimes I can't remember. Honestly, guys, like this design work and Satisfactory in general is a very, as you all know, it's a very cerebral game. Oftentimes I'm chatting with you guys with only like 10% of my brain while I'm thinking ahead about how I solve problems, or like how I'm gonna do this thing or that thing, or you know, trying to decide if I like how something looks. So half the time I can't even remember the shit that I said 30 seconds before. Oh, I am so stupid, Mikey. I mean, I know that, Mikey, but in this case, what in particular? Or do I chop this off? Yeah, that's just a word. That's not a reference. You guys don't use the word chop for cutting? Mikey. You know, get your arm chopped off if you know. I'm gonna go chop these vegetables so I can, you know, make dinner. Not ringing any bells or anything here. Dismember? Well, okay. Yeah, but you don't dismember vegetables. Two, three, 1, 2, 3. This maybe? Am I sure? Am I sure that I'm not quoting a game? No, I'm just using a word in the English language. Besides, I've never played Grand Theft Auto. And by the way, they're just using a word in the English language as well, so. Ooh, can we do better? Let's try. Yeah, 1 notch. I know, that's why I'm saying the English language. I'm gonna go dismember these vegetables. I mean, I don't know, maybe if the vegetable had members. I don't know, chop is not a word that I would have thought would be uncommon. But you never know. With you Europeans. You don't use the word chop, you don't have juries. You call us uncivilized. It's fine, it's fine, I don't judge. I will, you guys can keep your metric. I'll keep my juries. Chop is a name of a dog in GTA. No, it's the definition of cutting something. I didn't say how am I going to name of a dog in a random game this blueprint in half. Where are we gonna name of a dog of a random game? No, it's cutting. It was not a reference. I'm French, bro. Not using chop isn't your biggest issue. Well, it's one of them. We definitely use. I think it's an English second language, which is all good. I have tons of respect for anybody that uses speaks in a language that they weren't born into. That shit is difficult, and it sounds like I'm making fun of you, and I probably am, but also I have a lot of respect for that. So you know the definition of the word chop? I don't know, man. No, that was not a GTA reference. Yeah, the dog is a reference more than the other way around. Correct. Well, and like chopper, right, is a helicopter, right? But it's not chopper, it's just chop. Well, there's also pork chop. Here, let's see. Let's see if the internet can tell us. What is the dog in GTA named after? He's a Rottweiler. The term chop can refer to various things, but in this context, it's likely a reference to the dog's powerful jaws, or simply a slang for term for a dog. Another dog in the game, Dexy. There's a ghost dog. All right. Yeah, I mean, it could also be a pork chop. It could also be reference to a pork chop. The dog is named Chop. Oh, Chop Shop. Oh, that's why. Oh, they boost cars? I didn't know that. Well, no, a chop shop is something. Well, a chop shop is what, I mean, they are chopping a car up, so, but it's more specific. It is an organization or a place that takes stolen cars and breaks them into sellable individual parts. That's what he's named. Yeah, well, I've never played the game. Lamb chop. Could be a lamb chop too. Very true. No, that's his name. It's a reference to a chop shop. For sure. You know, if they boost cars, 100%. I'm gonna just leave that. I don't know what I want to do with this angle. I'm gonna wait on that angle. All right, that's a nice, another little panel done, nice and quick. I'm probably not gonna light this. And the reason I'm not gonna light this corner is because it's this corner here, and I just feel like having the outers lit is more important than this inside one, because we're gonna light this one and that one and that one. I don't think we need this interior corner. Ooh, we do have to continue that over though. Okay. Let's come up. Oh no, we continue that over. I knew a sheep that knew karate. His name was Lamb Chop. That's another thing for chop. So it's slang for basically, you know, this motion, like with your hands. Like if I was gonna like hit somebody in the like side of the neck with like this part of my hand, you know, give them the karate chop. So that's the there are a lot of uses of the word chop. None of them are dog related. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? I'm gonna do the other side. Yeah, the chop from martial arts is derived from chopping something off. True. Yeah, it's a... Yes. It's a chopping action, right? I don't even know how did we... I don't know how we got here. I'm sorry. There's no telling where our conversation is gonna go on this channel. Is margarita spelled differently in English than French is margarita? What is your definition of the word? When you think margarita, tell me what the definition is. Because there's two different ones in the United States. And I think there is in France too. But I don't, at this point, you guys don't have juries. I don't even know what to believe anymore. I'm gonna make fun of that for a while, guys. What about chop? True. So choppy wins or choppy C? Yeah, you get stuck in the chop. Yeah, for sure, Mikey. That's another one. Choppy water. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the only, is that the only one? Like if I go into a restaurant and let's say you're a server at a restaurant and I say that I want a margarita. We have juries in France. I thought we established that we didn't. I'm just honestly, I'm just joking with that. It's all good. I'm having a laugh at your expense because that's what we do. We feel better about ourselves by laughing at other countries. All of us do that. There's a name margarita, then the tequila drink margarita. Correct. That's where I'm going with that, Dynamo. So yeah, if somebody orders a margarita, are they always getting a pizza? Yeah. You're in France. You're let's say yes, you're in France, but let's say you're in a place with a lot of tourism, all right? And, you know, Americans frequent your restaurant. And an American comes in and asks for a margarita. And you serve pizza and alcohol there. What are you getting them? What if I want my pizza on the rocks? You're giving me a pizza. There's a drink as well. And the drink is spelled differently. So it's differentiated by the spelling. You asked about the spelling. And so part of that answer is what you mean by it. So, and by the way, I'll probably spell these wrong. Hey, at least my M key is working. All right, so yeah. So if you spell it this way, M-A-R-G-A-R-I-T-A, then it's a drink. It's a mixed drink. Usually hard alcohol, tequila, triple sec, lime juice. Yeah. There's different versions. You can do blended. You can do, you know, or ice, or you can put salt on it. That's a margarita. But there's many versions of it. Now, as soon as I say pizza, it's gonna change. It's gonna fix my spelling. Right now, this margarita pizza is a classic Neapolitan pizza known for its simple yet delicious toppings. Right? So yes, we would spell this way. And if I ordered a pizza margarita, this is what I would get. I'm also probably saying it wrong. I think we just are lazy. We just say margarita for both. Yeah, you put salt on the rim. Like a flaky salt. Chopping vegetables for dinner. Do you guys think we don't eat vegetables? Do you know how many vegetables are grown in the United States? I mean, I eat meat in every meal, but I also eat vegetables in every meal. I don't think we have many places that serve both in the Netherlands. Right, but they both exist. Yeah. Yeah, salt. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you're old. If you're old enough to know, I mean, I don't know. I knew what a margarita was long before my parents didn't drink like at all. All right, let's try to set this up again. Ooh, looking slick. I don't really like margaritas. I don't know. It's fine. Typically, like if I go to the bar with like my coworkers, which is pretty much the only time I go to a bar, basically all the girls will get some version of a margarita. My wife likes a strawberry margarita sometimes. I'm usually getting a beer or a whiskey. But I'm lame and boring, so I don't really like I've ordered a couple whiskey sours, right? And that's a mixed drink, but I don't get margaritas. I do like margarita pizza though, and we do have some places that serve really good authentic-y margarita pizza. There's one I really want to go to in LA that was on a show that I watch that looked amazing. Also, can I just say that zipline travel is underrated in this game? I love zipping about. Oh, I agree completely. It's also very fast. You can there's some, hey, let me show you. There's some cool tricks that you can do. Check this out. So first of all, if you like ziplining, then you need to build these types of power supplies, these types of towers, because they don't kick you off like the power poles do, right? And actually, honestly, you can do the power tower with a platform. Put the platform on it so you can stand there. But what I wanted to do is show you this. Let's see if I can... what I'm getting at is you can use a belt to speed your ass up before you get on it, and you can go substantially faster. All right, let's see if I can get on it. Here, I gotta change my jetpack. As soon as I hit the hover pack button, it stops me. Jetpack retains your speed. Right, and so I'm going substantially faster than I would. So you can give yourself a little like belt to launch yourself on, and then you can make time. You can make a lot faster time. Did you have a classic whiskey sour? I think I did actually. It was like a really nice bar. You guys have Micro Center in the US? Yeah, we have a ton. Yeah, it is amazing. It is amazing. Yeah, we have a ton of Micro Centers. Why? They're mostly, we just have 2 in California. They're mostly on the East Coast and the Midwest. This one up here actually just opened. It says coming soon there, but it actually just opened. Well, if you jump slide, it may shock you how much faster you can go. Parmesan, it's dough, tomato sauce, cheese, chicken, Parmesan. Yeah. Well, we love our pizzas out here, especially in California. I've had pretty much every pizza that you can imagine. Chicken on pizza insults Italians. Yeah, I don't care. I put pineapple on it too. Fight me. Let's see. Mr. Brand new speed cameras installed, one for tests, less a day. Other French people are crazy. Yeah, new one opened by me recently. Yeah, Eric, are you in the Bay Area? Yeah, I'm from California. We eat all kinds of. There's a lot of different people from a lot of different cultures that make their food. Like, a lot of people think like, America doesn't know how to make good Italian or whatever. But the thing is that the people that are making good Italian food here are Italians. Right? Or like, you know, whatever the case may be. So it is authentic because authentic people, the people that come from that culture are making it. You know, we talked about this before. Eye in the Sky was basically like, there's no way that you can get authentic German food where you live. And I'm just like, I'm exaggerating his position, but there are Germans where I live and there is authentic German restaurants. Now, is it the best there is? Maybe not, but that doesn't mean it's not authentic. It's not like Americanized or something, you know? I don't get why people say pineapple shoving on pizza, but they do. They stuff their crust with a hot dog. I mean, honestly, you can make food any way you want. And I still think it's called a pizza. I've actually run that poll on my channel before. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Hotly contested topic. Mikey's trying to get in a fight. Taco Bell's authentic Mexican. Yeah, he's trying to get in a fight. He's just trolling. You're a little south. Eric, I don't know how long you've been around on the channel, but I just got a 5090 for my computer. This side's done. Let's head down here, and I got it from the mom and pop place down there. The Micro Center wasn't open. I got it a few weeks ago, but I got it from the computer center, the one in downtown San Francisco. All right, let's see if we can figure out exactly where I placed this thing. Mikey's not Mikey is a troll. Please don't take anything he says seriously, please. There's a place near us called the German Doner Kebab. Nice. Hitobot, where are you? By the way, thank you, first time chatter. Is it here? Yeah, I think it was there. London. Well, London's different. I mean, you're a lot closer to Germany than California is. But I think it's probably the same thing, right? I mean, who makes the best food? The people that grew up eating that food, right? Like, who makes the best kind of insert anything? Well, it's going to be the people that grew up eating that, or that know how to eat it, or were part of, you know, where that food specifically was important to them, right? So usually it's going to come from the people of the culture that the food comes from. Usually. Bum, 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 bum. French fries aren't French. That's true. They're called freedom fries. Mac and cheese. As of the mac, that's noodles, macaroni, Italian, cheddar from Ireland. It's true. Definitely a fusion food for sure. We got good cheddar in Wisconsin. Honestly, the thing is, pretty much, I think I would be hard pressed to find something that is made somewhere in the world that you cannot get in America. Now, America is big, okay? Can you get really good, you know, Mediterranean food in the middle of nowhere? And I don't know. I don't want to like shit on anybody's like state, but you know what I mean? Probably not, but I think we're gonna go to the inside. And that's because, you know, there's a lot of people here from all over the world and they bring their food with them. They're Belgian. Americans just calling them French. Well, honestly, well, Tennessee has very good food. The thing is, a big city is gonna have everything. Is it gonna have like award winning of the best everything? No, for sure, but it's gonna have it. And the bigger the city, the more people that live there, the more likely a good restaurant of every different type of food that you're thinking of exists. I honestly think that the average person from Europe would be truly shocked at the food options that exist in America in general, but California specifically, absolutely ridiculous out here. Right, and that's where I live, so that's what I can speak on. If I was gonna go to Tennessee, I probably wouldn't get Mediterranean food. I'd be getting some freaking bomb ass chicken, hot chicken. How are we gonna do this? I think we're gonna have to cut it here. And barbecue. Tennessee has barbecue. Okay, is this gonna work? This actually just might work because we're going to man, this I need some sun over here. Better. Is that wrong? Well, and not even necessarily, I wouldn't even necessarily say combining. Oh, I've already changed it out. Also just having the authentic version of it too. But yeah, combining it as well, sure. If you're talking purity scale, you are probably right, but a Dutch food is almost never put in a restaurant with good reason. Even in the Netherlands, there's only a few restaurants serving it. They're mostly novelty restaurants. Perhaps. All right, give me an example. Let's put it to the test. Let's put it to the test. MCO 180. Give me an example of a dish. An actual dish that you're referring to in that statement. I'm not calling you out, I'm just curious. I want to see if a restaurant that is within 100 miles from me serves, all right, Stampot and or Hotspot. Here, I'm gonna do it off stream just in case it shows my location. Stampot near me. I have an Amsterdam cafe in San Francisco, so that's outside of my 100 miles. So San Francisco. That's like the best. Okay, it's just Amsterdam cafe. It's in literally San Francisco. Geary Boulevard, San Francisco, right? But is there any in Sacramento? Stampot near, let's do near Sacramento. Whoa, I don't know what happened there. Okay, no restaurants in the Sacramento area that specifically serve Stampot were found. Some restaurants offer European or comfort food. They may include similar dishes or able to adapt dishes ones. So ones that are close. Let's try your other one. What was the other one? Hotspot. Sorry, let's change back to that. The term hotspot is Dutch and refers to a stew of mashed potatoes, carrots, and onions. It is not a common dish in the Sacramento area. However, there are many excellent hot pot restaurants in and around, offering a similar communal dining experience. For Dutch-inspired experience, you might consider exploring restaurants specializing in, comfort food or European cuisine. Let's try this. Oh, it thinks I want a hot pot. Hotspot is a Stampot variant. Got it. Yeah, it thinks I've misspelled something. So I think that your assertion is basically true. There's definitely European restaurants, but serving that one in specifically doesn't look like. Let's do a Dutch food near Sacramento. Stroopwafels. We can get those. There's a food truck that does stroopwafels. There's a lot more in San Francisco. Butcher and Barrel. See what they say. It says they're American. All right. Yeah. The Amsterdam Cafe menu. I bet you could find it. The Stroopwafel food truck would do very well, even here, I think. Yeah, I'm sure that it does. So I would say that your assertion there is pretty much right on. Yeah, if I have to go to San Francisco, and by the way, that's still basically what I said. Well, that's an extreme case, but like getting to San Francisco or LA or Chicago or New York, they're gonna have everything. I think, I could get a good margarita pizza in Sacramento. Can I get one that I would consider like authentic? That would be a different thing, maybe not, but I could definitely get one in LA. I could get one in San Francisco, right? So like I said, the bigger the city, the much more likely you are gonna have to get to have these different kinds of dishes. Interesting. When I was like 7, my dad left and we went touring and wound up at a Dutch breakfast restaurant across the road. Then I think it was the 80s, called the Queen's Palace, and I had 10-inch plate-sized waffles and pancakes. Nice. You are correct that most cuisines are not restaurant worthy would be there. That makes sense. Right? Well, they may be European dishes that are similar, but not that. Is that a mod? Yes. Sorry, this is called Sky UI. I can adjust the time of day. I can pause it. I've paused it. You can also turn off the fog with one click. This is what everything looks like without the fog. You can turn off the fog with a console command as well. This is how I get my thumbnails and stuff. You can make it cloudy, you can make it sunny. They broke the rain, but when they get the rain back, we'll have rain again. And then I've also adjusted the night and day length. So even when I hit play, it cycles through the night a lot longer than it does the day. And the idea is that I'm in a cyberpunk city and it's usually night time in popular depictions of cyberpunk. So that's why I have it mostly set to night. But to be honest, most of the time I have it paused so I can have control over the light, because I think, and that's partially for streaming purposes. I want to make sure that you guys can see clearly, but I think that this light is, I'll use it if I have to, but I think it's kind of distracting, and sometimes it shines like directly kind of in your face and stuff. So I try to play without the light, and I try to instead make sure that, I've got the sun in a position where what I'm working on is nice and clear. That's kind of what I do. No fog is nice. See, I like the fog. I like the fog, but I'll turn it on and off depending on. I honestly think this chat can't go a night without long conversations about food. It's a kin chat tradition now. Look, here's the deal. Yes, I'm playing Satisfactory, but I think all of us here know I like to talk. I like to talk about things that are interesting to me. I have a bunch of people that listen to me that live in places that I've never lived, that have experiences I've never had, and that live entirely different lives than me, and we may speak the same language, but I just find it interesting, these little things like different use of idioms or you know, the fact that I grew up and, you know, jury of your peers is like this big thing for us, right? Well, you guys, some of your countries don't have that. Those types of things are interesting. You guys have things that we don't have. We have things that you don't have. We think about things differently. Most Americans, I think about government much differently than other countries, right? We have states. I have, you know, the federal government, the state government, the city government, the county government, right? And then school districts. You know, is our setup worse, better? There's probably some metrics we could look up to look that up. Whatever. That's why we always end up arguing about the metric system here. But food is universal. Everybody has to eat. And everybody always thinks that their food is the best. That's what makes it fun to argue about. Not argue about, talk about. And let's be honest, I weigh a lot. I'm a big guy. I love my food. So all those things added together means that we talk about food a lot. I'm not gonna apologize. Little hole in the wall? Yeah. I mean, those are some of the best places. Sorry, I missed some chat. I think even burgers originate from Germany, right? I mean, sure. I mean, America's only what? 250 years old, something like that? I mean, most food originated from not the United States of America. I don't think anybody argues that. Now, the Oklahoma onion burger, that came from Oklahoma. That came from America. But let's be honest, it's still a burger. I mean, California, you know, Hawaiian pizza. Pizza came from somewhere else. Mom and pop diner place. Yeah, that America has. America is very good at those. The quantity of the primary ingredients is important to the end result, and you don't get some things in America, same like in any place, at least not in the quality that's close to original. Give me an example, Eye in the Sky. Give me an example. Channel Pasta Grammar has videos dedicated to how to make in America with the closest ingredients that are available. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you've looked into this. I mean, I'm sure you're correct. There is, look, Amazon shipping, international shipping makes a lot of things possible. Now, does that mean that there's an ingredient that is in such availability that you can make a restaurant specializing in that? No. But could I get pretty much anything that I want to get? I think I probably could. Most things. You know, there's I can't remember the name. If I heard it, I would know it. But there's a Japanese eel dish that you can only get in Japan because the eels that they make it with don't get exported. Those exist, right? If I ordered that dish in America, which I can get, it's not going to be the same because it's not the same fish, right? So that exists as well, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, two party. Yeah, 249. Yeah, I thought it was 250. My mom was from Spain, can't get some of the ingredients to make her dishes. Yeah, that makes sense. I live in an area that with a lot of Dutch heritage. I couldn't even find a specialty Dutch restaurant near here. Hey Ian, welcome to the channel. By the way, the power plant is 100% fixed. You can go back to the beginning of this VOD. I talk about it. The burger meat is German, but not slapping it between ciabatta buns. Dutch food is definitely not the best. There's a reason it's almost never present in restaurants, though it's mostly visual. Also, food is basically pre-dopamine. Yeah, for sure. The things you cannot get on Amazon, you would probably not know to get in the first place. Maybe, unless I talk to a bunch of Europeans for 8 hours, 4 nights a week. Well, and then somebody, I think somebody from the UK, honestly, I can't remember who asked. I feel bad. Asked me about American cuisine, like what should I make? Right? They were gonna make it themselves. I told them Mexican food. And honestly, like if you guys don't, and so look, my sources of information, I mean, they're biased, right? I haven't lived in other countries, but I visited. But what I was going to say is a channel that I really like watching is 2 British dudes that go around eating American food and showing, other Brits American food, right? And it just kind of reminds me that there's a lot of stuff that we take for granted that, that we eat that, other countries don't eat. It's Jolly, by the way. I'm sure you guys, I mean, we're all watching YouTube right now, so I'm sure most of you guys know who I'm talking about. Oh, we're at the top. We've made it to the top. At least some part of this construction is at the top. I think American food is mostly adaptations. Is there purely American food? So from I'm gonna look it up. But if I had to guess, I would say Texas style barbecue comes to mind. Certain types of Cajun cooking comes to mind. What else? What else would be purely American food? There's versions of Mexican food that are basically only found in LA and San Diego. They're Mexican food, but again, those are adaptations of Mexican food. I'll give you that. Is there any food that is purely American originated? I don't know. That's a terrible way of asking that. Several foods are considered to have originated in the United States. Some example include buffalo wings, cheeseburgers. Did you guys never put cheese on burgers? I don't know if I agree with that. Chocolate chip cookies, Reuben sandwiches. That's pastrami on rye. Pecan pie, s'mores, according to the Chicago Tribune. New England clam chowder, Boston cream pie. Yeah, clam chowder. I love my clam chowder. Dishes with American origins, buffalo wings, cheeseburgers, chocolate chip cookies, Reuben sandwiches. This is a daily favorite. Corned beef, Swiss cheese, sauerkraut, and Russian dressing on rye bread. This is an American creation. Lobster rolls, that's Maine. Corn dogs. Me and corn dogs, we go way back. I love clam chowder too. Grits, that's a southern thing. I don't eat a lot of grits in the West, on the West Coast. Hash browns. No way. Chili can have variations worldwide. The specific American chili, often made with meat and beans, it's a distinct dish. I wouldn't have guessed that. I make a really good chili. Honestly, my wife and I, the chili that we make, fried chicken. While fried chicken exists everywhere, the American version, particularly Southern fried chicken, is a distinct style. Yeah, that's kind of an adaptation, though, I would say. Some of these are still adaptations. Some of these are for sure adaptations. Wait, clam chowder isn't British? I'm gonna start a food blog. Where did New England style clam chowder originate? The dish originated in the northeastern United States, but is now commonly served in restaurants throughout the country. Around the 18th century, French and British sailors, fishermen, and settlers in Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and New England would enjoy. Yeah. Certainly seems like America made that. I would call that a variation on chili. You think clam chowder is a chili? Tell me that you didn't mean that. Beard meets food? Yeah. I love that guy. Yeah, good news on the power plant. Yep, it's working. No, cheeseburgers themselves, like ground beef sandwich, started in the 20s. Used to be like onion burgers fried in tallow. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Bacon cheeseburgers probably too, right? So, no, when I said you were examining the U.S. adaptation on chili, yeah. Well, so, and this is culturally too, probably, but like, we do think so if you were to order chili, you get that. You either get a bean chili, or you get a no bean chili. And that's fought over in America, like big time, right? Real men don't put beans in their chili, okay? Texas style chili doesn't have beans. And I make them both. I actually do two basic styles. I'll do like a stew that you just eat with a spoon styles chili. So what we do most commonly, that usually has beans in it when I make it. Not always, but usually. But then I'll do a type of chili with no beans that I specifically make to put on things like hamburgers or hot dogs or something, or like hash browns or nachos or something like that, right? I make it as a topping. And it usually has less distinct, like, different things in it, like beans or meat chunks or whatever, and it'll usually have like it'll be a little more homogeneous, so that it's more like a sauce. It's more like a meat sauce than it is but we still call it chili. But yeah, no bean chili, that is not chili to me. Oh, don't go to Texas, my friend. No bean chili. Yeah, like a red chili. Yeah. Well, there you go. There's your adaptation. You know who makes a good one? Another YouTuber, Meat Church Barbecue. He's from Texas, and he makes a Texas red chili, and it's no bean, and I've made that. It's awesome. And by the way, the chilies that we use are chilies found in, I mean, the word chili comes from using chilies like chipotles, jalapenos, pasillas. You know, we make it with dried chilies. So, let's see. Yeah, I have friends from the West who've never had grits. Yeah, I can't. You don't really kid them. The last time I had grits is when I was in Kansas City, which is the Midwest. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. We have stews as well that we would never call a chili, but I think a chili is a subtype of stew. Let let me rephrase. The concept of chili I have is almost by definition with beans. That is what makes it chili in my mind. Yeah, that's we definitely have fights about that. I think we probably have fights about that, similar to how, you know, Italians would fight about Italians, non-Italians would fight about pizza, right? And barbecue. Barbecue is such a big thing. And again, not so much in California, but every state, basically every state except for Oklahoma. I feel bad. I can't talk shit about Oklahoma. Okie Sooner isn't here. Basically every state has their own version of barbecue. When I think American food, I think barbecue, but obviously some version of barbecue existed long before America. But that is if you were to watch that channel that I was mentioning, the two British dudes, they love doing American barbecue, and by their admission, there's nothing like what you can get for American barbecue available in at least the UK. And I would assume that that's probably similar in the rest of the European countries. I mean, you could probably get maybe some version of it, but it's a very, very specific thing. And then that's just the Texas version, right? There's Kansas City style. There's many different styles. Ooh, I don't like it there. Let's do it. Let's do it here. I would consider that pretty much American, but is that still an adaptation? Perhaps. I mean, the thing is that America is an adaptation. So, you know, there we go. I mean, you know, there's Native American dishes for sure. There's Native Mexican dishes. You know, I will say I don't think I've ever been to or can think of a Native American restaurant that I've ever been to. And I am, at least if the family stories are to be believed, the story is that my father's grandmother, who I've never met, she died before I was born, was born on an Oklahoma reservation in a teepee. I don't know how true that is, but that's the family lore. So, you know, when I say I can't think of any like Native American like restaurants or anything, I would be interested because supposedly I am a big chunk Native American. By the way, I mean, I don't have any papers that say I am. I don't have any proof. You know, there's no like money or anything like that. I don't get some piece of you know, a casino or something. There are a lot of Indian casinos in California, by the way. The only type of gambling that is, well, there's card rooms, but the only type of really casinos that we have in California are Indian casinos, which is why most Californians go to Las Vegas to gamble. But there's an Indian casino maybe, I don't know, an hour from me. I go up there. I used to go up there and play poker a lot. There's two actually. Oh, and then there's another one over there. That's probably an hour and a half. Yeah, I would say there's 3 or 4 Indian casinos within 2 hours of where I live. Oh, I forgot about that other one. There's 5. Slots, blackjack, the whole thing. Exactly what you would find in Las Vegas. But only certified Indian organizations can run them. There used to be these kind of card rooms that existed. They're all grandfathered in, but you can't really make any more of them. And those don't have like slots. They just have some table games, and you can play poker. But those are different. Hey Ken, how do you get your resources to the hub? Trains? You mean this hub here? Do you mean this hub? Yeah, Jackson. Jackson, Thunder Valley, Calusa. Let me see. Jackson, Thunder Valley, Calusa, Red Hawk. Those are the 4 big ones. And I think, isn't there one over south of Elk Grove? Like towards Stockton? That was why I was like 4 or 5. There's 4 for sure. Jackson, Calusa, Thunder Valley, and Red Hawk. And I think there's a 5th one I can't think of. Yeah, so mostly I train it in. But I've also gathered up all the resources that are around it and just belted that in, because the Dune Desert actually has a lot of resources. And so I've belted all the stuff that's nearby, but that's pretty much, already belted in. From there, I'll have to do trains to bring it in. Yeah. I feel like barbecue is one food type that America has truly made their own, more so than pizza and burgers. I would say that. I would know where barbecue originated from. I think, if I remember correctly, the first time it was really done that way was like Caribbean, maybe? I don't know. So perhaps barbecue is just cooking over a fire. Well, that's more like grilling. So California does grilling. Argentina does grilling. Lots of cultures do grilling. Barbecue, a long time being smoked, what I would consider barbecue, what most Americans would consider barbecue. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if here, let's see. Barbecue is very broad. The problem is barbecue is broad. Where did American style barbecue originate from? Indigenous and European cooking traditions with roots in Caribbean. See, I thought this was Caribbean. And later evolving in American South. The word barbecue itself comes from Spanish barbacoa. I knew that. Derived from indigenous languages and initially referred to as framework to slow cooking meat over a fire. It's the slow cooking. This technique was adopted by European settlers and further developed with the introduction of various meats and sauces, particularly in the South. All of this is Western Hemisphere, right? Americas. Maybe not United States, but Americas. The American South became a focal point for barbecue's evolution, with different regions developing their own distinct style and sauces, often influenced by immigrant populations and their culinary traditions. Texas barbecue is known for its beef and barbacoa style, influenced by Spanish colonialism. The Carolinas, vinegar-based sauces are present, while Kansas City barbecue is known for eclectic mix of meats and sweet and spicy sauce. Kansas City likes their tomato-based sauces. The nature of the cooking process, which was often handled by enslaved people. All right, I'll give you that. I don't think I wouldn't call that primarily come from that, but did it have an influence? For sure. We had a lot of beef in early America. A lot of beef, a lot of pig. So the roots for slow cooking, those big tough pieces of meat. And by the way, there is an insane amount of oak tree, post oak in Texas. Like, so that becoming a major cooking vehicle for smoking. you know, makes sense. All right, let's keep going here. What I'm trying to do, we've got to double these up and change them out. That's what we're doing while we're talking about it. Barbecue all the way from caveman? Well, sure. But see, again, we're talking definitions here. When I say barbecue, I don't necessarily mean just grilling over fire. Obviously, yes. I'm mostly talking about the modern style of barbecue. An English officer curiously called Richard Simon said for a dish called veal carbonado, and it was used in a rectangular grilling plate over an open fire dated. Well, right, and then also a lot of there's a lot of Mexican dishes that bury. There's the burying style of barbecue as well, where you bury the meat. So I mean, there's a lot. The problem is barbecue means is so broad that it's tough to pin down. Do I like that? Maybe we'll fix that if we want to. Are we good there? Let's maybe think about what we're gonna do here. Let's at least change it out, and then we'll do the double up later, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with this. This is such a weird line right here. This is going to be one of those funky things. I may rotate this and do it flat. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that right now. Because we got to double it up. Smoking Grin has amalgamated under barbecue, just different branches. Right. For sure. Hold on. Look at what Twitch did, you guys. Oh my god, that's so funny. Look what Twitch did. I'm gonna post it in let me post it in Paint. Automod held a message for reasons, sex-based terms allow. We'll post a chat. Pit smoking is a totally different animal on its own, third leg of the barbecued family. So that's why you were auto-modded, Captain Dynamo. So you're not allowed to say that, apparently. God, that's funny. Oh, Ken, talking about casino situations. Is it true that mostly natives are allowed to host casinos? I knew it from MN. So it depends on the state. Gambling broadly is illegal in the state of California, or a casino, unless you are American Indian. Yes. California Reaper, yeah. I think food is one of the few things that brings people together. Well, you know, that Satisfactory, apparently. You know what I find very interesting and entertaining? Tell me, Mikey. All right, something like that is probably what we'll do. That site is looking very good. Let's migrate here to the front. Basically, I'm doing a lot of prep work on this. and then hopefully we'll be able to slap the walls in relatively quickly. Hopefully, I don't know. Are we gonna light that front piece there? I don't know. Something went wrong with the 3D viewer. Stop. Well, apparently this is broken now. I'm talking about this line here. Do we want that accentuated? Kind of make the argument both ways. Probably do. I probably want it as a border for the end of those lines. We're gonna go ahead and do that. And that's what this is. So if it's gonna be accentuated with the lights, then I want to give it a, that's when we give it the double treatment. And if we're gonna do that, then it's gonna be some version of this. But yeah, if you're interested in, you know, non-Americans enjoying American food, I would definitely watch at least some of the content that comes out of the YouTube channel Jolly, Jolly. They are awesome. Small factory expansion done. I am apparently fourth leg, Mikey, was not auto trimmed. Only the third one. The first and second legs, fine. Third leg, sexual, gets banned. Fourth leg, fine. The holy hand grenade. By the way, on the topic of lunch, time to make myself a spicy egg sandwich for lunch. Nice. Minnesota. Oh, well, why? Did you visit Minnesota or... Yeah. And by the way, you know, I don't know what kind of access non-Americans have of American TV, but you know, if you're interested in just American culture in general, there's a show creator that's been doing, he's the guy that did Yellowstone. There's another one called Landmen. Yellowstone, obviously cowboys and Yellowstone, Montana, you know, well, Yellowstone's partly in Montana, but it's actually in 3 states. It's very northern, you know, a little bit mountain, Midwesty mountain and northern. And then Landman is about Texas oil and that whole, but it's not really about it's more of a, I consider it interesting for the cultural stuff. And they're good shows. They're good shows. I think I'm going to do a double on the front here. Hey, we're moving again. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a double here. I think we're going to go off to the side like this. Let's change the light again. Come on, please. Go. Oh, that's why we're in the shadow of that giant freaking baddie. You've been there for almost a year. Okay, so you're there now. That's cool. You said Germany. I guess I just assumed you were still there. I do think I remember you talking about how you were in the United States. I apologize. Sometimes, guys, I chat with a lot of people, but it's sometimes very casual. and you've got to really be around for a while for me to kind of remember the details. A lot of names kind of flow in and out of my brain. I remember you, Kevgo. I just don't remember all of maybe the details that you may have shared. Yeah, you've been there for almost a year. Well, that's cool. Well, let me ask you this. What other things... I've been there for almost a year. Wait, you've been in Minnesota or you've been in Germany? Sorry. So I was going to ask you what kind of things... well, I guess I could still ask you what kind of things shocked you about America. This one, we're going to double back that way for sure. Crap, I got the wrong one. You were in Minnesota for about a year in high school. Got it. Sorry, when you said I've been, that implied to me that you're there now. Like you're currently there. But that doesn't sound like that is the case. Yeah, Kin, the large spiral chode is shading us. It really is. This was definitely thicker than I intended it to be. But that's okay. All right, I think we can progress all 7 of these up at the same time. I'm enjoying this build so much more than I did the shard. That was just like pulling teeth, man, getting all that to work out. This one's coming together and it's much more on the simple side. Well, I wouldn't say it's simple, but I understand how to use satisfactory building techniques to get what I want better. But maybe that is because I struggled so hard building the shard. Maybe that prepped me for this one, perhaps. I don't really remember too well. I think one of the things has how strictly alcohol is treated, for example, but I was mostly doing my hockey stuff in girls' right. Underage intimacy was a whole different thing as well. Oh, that's not really a thing in Europe as much. Hey, Flimballer. The alcohol, yeah. Alcohol is treated very strictly in the United States. Especially if you are under 21. It's a big deal. It's not just a casual slap on the wrist thing. And I mean like actually drinking. Like I've tried to get Minikin to try some some of the whiskey, mostly for the memes, because it's funny. I'm not gonna get hauled off to jail for that. But if there's a party at my house and her and all her friends come over and there's a bunch of alcohol, I will get in a huge amount of trouble. I would go to jail. Like no doubt about it. Like even if they didn't get drunk, even if they were drinking. Wine doesn't matter. I would probably go to jail. I don't know. I could look it up, but I have a feeling I would. If you're like 20, it's probably not that big of a deal. I mean, but I still get Although not so much anymore. As you guys can see, this gray here, I haven't gotten carded in a long time, but I got carded well into my 30s. Well into my 30s. I don't know what those are there for. I'm gonna get rid of them. Oh, so like that there's a taboo against it, more so than in Germany. Hi everyone, I hope you're well. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Yeah, let's see, when is my wife gonna wake up and start the ribs? Oh, it's only 3:45. She's not gonna be up for another couple hours. So let me, I'm not gonna make this as a statement, but this is something that I feel like I have observed. My wife and my mother and my sister absolutely love British TV. Like, it's their shtick. They love it. Downton Abbey, Sherlock. My mom and my sister love Midsummer. Is it Midsummer Murders? Is that it? And there's like a gabillion episodes of it. Like, it goes forever and ever and ever. I think that's it, right? They love British TV. Okay, and so I'm always interested kind of in, like, you know, what is acceptable culturally based on TV shows, you know? Well, the United States is a large place. I used to live in places where the nearest law enforcement officer is hours away. It just came down to if they're causing trouble. I think that's true too, Mikey. I'm talking from a city boy, basically. Mikey's exactly right. I spoke about the drinking thing from basically a city perspective. Mikey's 100% right. There are huge areas of the country that are basically, I mean, again, I don't Australians would know, but I think most Europeans wouldn't really understand easily how sparsely populated most of the United States is. These little towns, right? And like Mikey said, the nearest law enforcement officer is hours away. Correct, like literally hours away. You call the police, it's going to take them 2 hours to get to you. A fire truck, hours away. When you go to the store, it takes you all day to go and get back. That's how sparsely populated a lot of the United States is. And so Mikey's right. It just came down to they were causing trouble. Right. Correct. Again, I was sort of talking from a city slicker perspective for sure when I said that. Mikey's right to add that other perspective in the United States. I'm looking at my hard drive recipes and I have no idea what would be good. There are also so many options on the topic, so I end up leaving them scanned and selected. MCO, do that. That's the best way to do it. Look at mine. Sorry, I'm gonna continue that other thing I started. Here, look at mine. Keep them scanned and unselected. There's a trick. There's a reason to do that. Okay, here's the reason. If you're looking for something, if I roll another hard drive, it cannot roll on two different things, right? It can't roll on what you have already learned, but it also cannot roll on what you have not selected, these options. So if I roll another hard drive, I cannot get it fine concrete or copper rotor. And so if you're trying to get a recipe, let's say you're trying to get casted screws or something, well, you don't want to pick them, because now with one hard drive, you've eliminated two recipes out of the pool that you're trying to get. All right. And then later on, when you're building a new factory and you're like, I really wish I had that fine concrete recipe. Well, now it's here. I just go and I click it. So I think leaving them scanned and unselected is not just an okay thing. I would absolutely do that unless you need the recipe, right? Definitely do that, because you can always come back and grab them later. 100% do that. Yeah, exactly, the taboo thing. Yeah, no, that's fine. Benny Hill. Sometimes I watch first responders on YouTube. They're following cops in the next county, Las Vegas. Interesting that they share their corners with Las Vegas. So if there's a body in that county, well, that's probably a county-wide thing. The counties, so counties are interesting. Counties in the western part of the United States are substantially larger than counties in the eastern part. County map of US. So look at this. And a lot of government services goes through the counties. Look at San Bernardino County. This is the ridiculous one. This is larger than, I think it was like Belgium. I think I looked up like Belgium. This is 3 times larger than Belgium, this county right here. I can't remember. But as you can see here, so I don't know why we chopped up our counties in the West so much bigger than they did in the East. But a lot of the rules and it's having a hard time differentiating. No, it can't be. I was gonna say the chair's disappearing because there's white behind it, but never mind. Anyway, I don't know why they did this. But you're talking about Nevada. I think Las Vegas is one of these two. These are huge counties. I mean, this probably takes 5 hours to drive. Maybe 4 or 5 hours to drive across San Bernardino County at like 80 miles an hour. It's huge. So some of this is a little silly, but having your services, chopped out by county over here on the eastern part of the United States makes a hell of a lot more sense than some of the shit that we do out here. Like the county that my daughter was born in. Here, let me see if I can zoom in here. Here, let's do this. I want to tell you guys this. This is like, this matters, right? County map of California. Nope. Open. There. No. Here. All right, so right here, I basically live right up here. I live in the corner of these 3. Okay, it's really difficult to see. But Placer County, El Dorado County, Sacramento County. I live in Sacramento County, but it's like 5 minutes either way into each of these counties, okay? Well, the hospital that all my children were born in is in Placer County. Just over the line. I mean, like, I'm like 2 minutes of driving over the line. I mean, seriously, just over the line into Placer County. Well, their birth certificates, all of that information is a county information, right? Here's the problem. All the county courthouses and all the county stuff is way up here. Well, it's Auburn. This is an hour drive basically to get to Auburn, and it's actually not in Auburn. It's off the beaten path a little bit. So she has to go to get my daughter's birth certificate to get her ready to go to school, right? She has to drive like an hour and a half to go to the county place because my daughter was born here. And by the way, think of how bad it is if you're this guy who lives out here, right? So these counties are huge. This is a 2-hour drive through the mountains, by the way. These are mountains right here. Okay, these are like straight up mountains. Lake Tahoe is right here. The Olympics were held, I think can't remember what they call it now, but it used to be called Squaw Valley. That's all right here. These are mountains. You go skiing up here, right? So anyway, it matters, right? And actually California does have, you know, in that central area of California, they're actually smaller than the rest of these. But I mean, they're tiny out here. I mean, look at freaking Georgia. Georgia's just got ridiculously tiny counties. Indiana too. This whole area. Anyway, I don't know. I just find that interesting. I'm way zoomed in now. We've really gone down the rabbit hole. It was due to the population of the county's not growing, so there's no reason to chop it in half or smaller. Don't say chop on this channel. Chop is a word that is persona non grata in this channel. Sorry, sir. You're not allowed to say chop. Counties are population based. Yeah, that makes total sense. When they were initially done, it was population, and the counties out here, or the population out here, is more spread out, or at least it was initially. I can't imagine them actually making changes to county lines, but maybe they do. There's a YOLO county. There is a YOLO county. We make a lot of jokes about it. Dude, look at this. I see this all the time. Where is it? Here. This is public transportation in Sacramento, and because Sacramento County and YOLO County are right next to each other, and they basically share a city. West Sacramento is in a different county, but Sacramento is in Sacramento County. It's basically one big city split by a river. So I wish it was clear. God, why is it clear there? I want to show you. I mean, it's the YOLO bus. It's hilarious. I laugh every time I hear. Look at this one. Look at how big this is. That's the name of their regional transit, is YOLO bus. And by the way, all of this was done long before YOLO became slang for you only live once. So do you want to get on the YOLO bus? So we joke about this all the time. Yeah, YOLO bus, nothing but one-way trips. Yeah, that is definitely like a city joke for us. Like a regional joke, absolutely. I used to buy, I'd go down to the YOLO County Courthouse all the time when I used to flip houses. We bought in that area. UC Davis is in YOLO County. I don't know if you're familiar with UC Davis. It's not like a super popular college. But like UCLA, you know how there's UCLA? I'm sure a lot of people have heard of UCLA. UC Davis is a college in that same system. What are we gonna do here? Are we gonna show off the back of this here? I'm trying to continue to work while we talk about random stuff. I think I'm mostly succeeding. I want to ride that bus just to tell people you rode the YOLO bus. You'll take an Uber. Yeah, well, maybe that's why America doesn't do public transportation so much. When your public transportation is named YOLO, I mean, now are you guys seeing? You guys seeing the problem? All right, yeah, we're not going to do a diagonal here. We are going to do it flat off the back so we can see it. Ah, crap, I built them all wrong. Stupid. They need to be the new thing. Yeah, nothing but one-way trips. Hey brother, just started watching your playthrough and wanted to drop in and let you know that I'm enjoying the content. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully you enjoy us talking about random shit too, because, well, sometimes you gotta talk about random stuff. I mean, let's be honest. If you guys were here to just watch me play Satisfactory, I'm doing some boring stuff, right? Like, I've been working on this thing for like, and a lot of stuff in Satisfactory is kind of hours of sort of the same thing, punctuated by frustration and cursing. At least if you're me. So I don't know. I think the talking about food or different things that we like to talk about is appreciated for the most part. Should I do that one though? No, I'm not gonna do this one. We're going to chop this, but we are going to, I'm just gonna chop it for now. I might put a delineation against there later, but not now. And then I doubled up to the inside, right? We should do inside. I did outside because I was probably talking, but I should do the inside one. I enjoy listening to monologues about random shit while I grind into open video games. Well, good. They probably have done marketing from it. Like, in all honesty. The YOLO bus. All right. Did we finish this work? Kind of. Kind of. Okay, so what I was talking about, let's go backwards. I was talking about the fact that a lot of my family watches, enjoys British television, okay? And remember, I've been to Germany and the Czech Republic and Austria and Budapest. So I have a little bit, not a lot, a little bit of direct experience. And so my feeling is, and this is, and I'm sort of asking if you guys think this is true as well, or if I'm just, hold on, I gotta fix my hair. Gotta, don't want to give away the bald spot too easily. I made it worse. Everything's backwards. There we go. All right, we'll go with that. I'm just kidding. Mostly. So I think, and this goes into the taboo thing about hiding it. My thought process on this, having been there, is that, like, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this that will give me the least chance of like getting in trouble with automated word search, like automated searches, you know what I mean, that YouTube has. Basically, that sexual content is not treated in the same light that it is in the United States, but that violent content is the reverse. So basically, like, there'll be violent stuff like on regular broadcast television in the United States, like all the time. Stuff that wouldn't be shown maybe in as broadly in like Europe. But then the sexual stuff is the reverse, right? Sexual content. And like, for instance, and I was also, and not just Europe too, but maybe in, so I was watching a YouTuber did a Japan. They motorcycled through Japan. I was watching it, and basically every 7-Eleven they went to, there was porn, like everywhere. Right? You just walk in and like kids can see porn at all times. That does not happen. If there is porn in a store, then it's got some sort of protection over it. But honestly, even that is super, super rare. Like, you don't just, like, the bookstore doesn't have porn. And certainly the 7-Eleven sure as shit doesn't. And I remember going to Germany, and like the first store we went into, we were like, oh my God, look at all this porn. Like, it is held in a much different regard, I think. At least that's my feeling. And I think what you were talking about with the whole taboo part of it made me think of that. And I don't know how true this is. And you know, I think the shows that, you know, my family members watch, I think bear that out a little bit as well, where there's more sexual content, but there's a lot less like violent content. Eye in the Sky, man, Eye in the Sky's talking about chili. You must be really behind in the VODs, my friend. A chili without beans is basically just a spicy ragu bolognese, also delicious. But yeah, I don't know, man. Don't tell any. Yeah, be careful saying that if you go to Mexico. It is a spicy meat sauce, but the thing that makes it chili is the spice. It's literally called chili. Yeah, but the cover was it wasn't out for display. Like when you just walk to get the milk, okay, it wasn't like there wasn't, you know, nudity between, you know, there wasn't nipples between you and the milk. Sorry. You guys knew that one was coming. Like it's covered. Like there's like a cover in front of it. Like you could see, so I remember that too. You could see the hustler part, but there was like a cardboard piece covering, you know, the content. You could see the title of the magazine, but you couldn't see any of the content. And by the way, that's much more rare now. Like very, very rare. You made a discovery just now. When looking in a storage, you can control-click to transfer all of that item. That is true. We're making Mikey die of laughter. Yeah, no, I remember it was Germany. We landed in, did we land in Frankfurt? Is that the major, international flights come in there? And then I think we bussed to Munich. I think. I was in a big group. Like I was in a group of like 200 people. We are doing well here. Let's keep going. Let's start at the bottom again. And I just remember walking in and going, whoa, hello. Well, magazines with undressed guys, girls, yeah, straight up films or depiction of people in the act. Okay, well, I was talking about TV. I don't think, yeah. Well, and I think there's content. Obviously, movies are something else. for sure. Where did we add? I added up. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, you know, part of that too, the ooh, let's do this. Part of that, I mean, for sure, the gun culture in America is part of that. Being more okay with violence, I think, as a form of content. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching there. I can't remember. There was a censored version. Headbutt censored from Star Wars Attack of the Clones. The UK release. Was it the UK release? I can't remember. So back in the day, this was like a big controversy. There was they had to censor out the headbutt in Star Wars Episode 2 to get the certain rating for that movie in the UK. But I don't know. I don't know how much of this is overblown and how much of this is true. I can barely remember. A headbutt was cut to get a PG. So I guess this is true. And since has passed uncut. Okay, when it originally went, but now it passes uncut. I don't know. I remember this made me think about the same sort of a thing as well. But in general, I just get this feeling that America is more okay with violent content, and Europe is more okay with sexual content. Just as a general, like, as a generality. I don't know how true that is. It's just sort of a general feeling I have. I remember I was 5 or 6 walking to the Rhein-Main airport, Rhein-Main Air Base, across the flight line from Frankfurt International. And this crappy brown beige and black bone carpet from the 60s and crappy wood panel walls, smoked cigar smoke. Let's see. It was still decorated the same when you left 20 years later. That was very specific. What I remember, I've talked about this on the channel before, what I remember mostly from my trip to Europe, and this is partially because I was there as part of an adult choir, was the churches that we sang in. Just absolutely ridiculous. And we have nice stuff here, don't get me wrong, but you know, there's no Notre Dame of the United States. Not that I sang there. See, I just unlocked scanning for oil, and holy crap, it's far away from base. Where's your base, my friend? Are you on the grassy knoll? Are you a grassy knoll guy? All right, so we've got to change this. We need to go straight up and down. We got to redo this. Can't be out like that. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it's Frank got the American Embassy as well. Yeah, that's what I remembered. And then we bust to Munich. I wasn't thinking that we would have to do the double up when I initially made these. And it's fine if one block is twisted, but we've got to do a double up to cover the light, a place for the light, but also these corners. You know, when I build, we need a thick border so that I can hide these square edges, you know? I don't know what that I don't know what that word means. Eye in the sky, COOMER. I have a feeling. I have a general idea. I don't think it's one that I don't. I feel like I shouldn't look it up on live. Should we go down one? The reason I was going to ask MCO is that if you're in the grassy fields, then everybody gets their oil from the Gold Coast. I think I missed. Did I miss? Oh yeah, I missed this. I got this wrong. Oh, you missed your question. Oh, stupid ads. I'm sorry. So where's your base? You said it's far from your base. Where's your base? This is still wrong. I'm gonna let it go soon, but I want symmetry. All right, we'll have to live with that. Yeah, grasslands. You started the forest, but I heard grasslands got a lot better 1.0. Well, yeah, so, I mean, I started the grasslands, and the nearest oil is the Gold Coast, right? I mean, pretty much anybody that starts in the grasslands gets their oil from the Gold Coast and builds the oil plant over there. It seems far, but in reality... Guys, I gotta change my I gotta change my keybinds back. So last night my M key didn't work. So we had to change the map button because I couldn't open the map. I changed it to comma. Uh-oh. I hit N. Did I mess up the quick search? No, it's still there. All right, so yeah, I mean, I know it feels far, but like, that's pretty close. The other choice that you have is going to the crater, the blue crater. But the thing is like, there's some stuff in the blue crater that is a little bit harder to deal with. I feel like the Gold Coast is a more leisurely trip. I mean, you can actually drive most of the way there, Like, you know, I don't know. But those are your two options, right? Blue Crater or Gold Coast. Ken, did you get the keyboard I found for you? I can't remember. What keyboard did you find for me? You'll have to remind me, sir. I don't like this. I don't like this. We're gonna turn this to the side. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking. Why am I thinking this? We're going to the side, baby. It's bad. Why didn't you guys stop me? Stop me sooner. I don't like it angled like that. Like I have to remember that you know, we see these buildings from the ground. Maybe I could double corner that. I'm still kind of flummoxed on this. This is better. This is better. Maybe. That's better. It's a little jank. It's a little janky. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. You'll DM it to me. Yes, you piece of... He's just trolling me. Yes, I got it. God. Yeah, I think we got to turn these angles to the side so we can see them from down here. They're still... I'm still not convinced on this over here. I'm still not convinced, but it's better. We'll let it go for now. Okay. All right, let's keep going. And this comes under here. Surplus lover is back. He loves surplus. He's a lover of surplus. Sounds very American, by the way. Loving surplus. Apparently, as far as Eye in the Sky is concerned, it's shocking that Americans eat vegetables. I'm just gonna put this in. And I'm just gonna do it like this. I think you were talking about the actual keyboard. You can't wait for 1.2. Why can't you wait for 1.2? What do you think 1.2 is gonna have in this game that you are dying for? Especially since we're still just, it hasn't been a week since 1.1 launched. No way, Americans eat vegetables. Yes, yes. I know I don't look it. I'm sorry. I'm not a good, well, maybe I am a good representation. I eat a lot of vegetables. Maybe that's my problem. Okay, I couldn't even say that with a straight face. My problem is not too many vegetables. Hey, that's a good vocabulary. You're shocked, bamboozled, flabbergasted, lost for words. Yeah, is beer a vegetable? I don't know if we like our beers as much as, like, say, Germany does, for instance. But we don't have nearly as good a beer as Germany does, so. What if we knocked it in one? Yeah, I was afraid of that. I mean, actually, would that be better? No, it wouldn't. That's not bad right there. That is not bad. We've had worse corners. You're still at chili? You're still at chili. They're almost like regular people. Almost. I don't want to shock anybody. I mean, my wife eats a decent amount of pasta. Now, we don't make it at home or anything, but we buy fresh pasta. They should add a neon type of color in this game. They should add a neon type of color in this game. A neon type of color, you say? Yeah, I really wish this game added, you know, neon colors. Maybe someday soon we'll be able to make neon in this game. Maybe in 1.2, right? I hope so. One can only hope. What's my favorite monkey? Make pillars and stuff neon. Well, neon requires a light source. Pillars don't emit light. I mean, the definition of neon is that it emits light. This is dark. To troll you, I mess with my light settings. There we go. Thinking neon paint. Well, neon paint doesn't exist in real life. That's kind of the point I'm making. Because neon requires a light source. At least by my thinking it does. That's about all we get. We get rid of that for now. I wish these lined up. Can we get this to line up? Yeah, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. And then I'll just move the columns later. I gotta turn the light on. I've been trying to play without the light, but Gruff Sparrow rated with you party of 3. Thank you, man. How are you doing? 5 minutes. I have 5-minute autosaves because I've been crashing lately. So pillars that emit light, I don't know. Seems like a tall ask. Ah. It's not. It's 5 minutes. Right there. I wish. I mean, none of this is gonna look good, right? What if I flipped it around? That's not bad. I mean, that's straight up and down. Is it? I don't think that's straight up and down. I redid it to be straight up and down, but it's not. It's angled in. All right. What is happening here? It's time to get control of the situation. That's not bad. This is the front of the building, so I want to take the time to get this right. And it's the lower part. We're going to see this a lot. All right, Mikey, have a good one. You're good, Gruff, good. Only 3 raiders today. Nobody likes me. Well, you know, I can tell you this. I'm no expert in how to grow on Twitch. That's probably clear. But I can tell you this. The only reason that I have the viewers that I have is because of my YouTube channel. So growing Twitch alone, I don't think I would have very many at all. Totally. Did I switch to 1.1? Satisfactory is 1.1. There's no switching. That is the update. So yes, I'm playing 1.1, but it is not experimental. It is just regular Satisfactory, and absolutely, I would not put a mod for vertical nudge. You know me, I would never do that. Sorry. Did I see the Shrek 5 teaser? I heard about it. I see your joke, Surplus. It made me laugh. Mellow Maid, there are actually multiple definitions of neon. A definition of neon is one that emits light, but neon can also just reference a bright color. For example, you can say I have a neon shirt. Okay. Mellow Maid, I agree with that. You're right. You know, like high visibility. Yeah. All right. I was probably being a little bit argumentative and a pain in the ass there. I think that that's true. Yes, the update is officially out. It came out June 10th. I wonder how the mod support looks. I'm using modular load balancers for my save. All the mods have been updated, as far as I am aware. But you should double check. Day 1, because it was out so long on experimental, all the modders got were ahead of the curve. You can double check. All my mods were ready literally before it got pushed. Mod support was amazing this round. I do like that. I wish I had some options for this janky corner here. I'm gonna try to let it go, guys. But you know me. All right, Gruff Sparrow, have a nice one, man. Thank you for the raid. What if we What if we go all in here? Ooh, I like this idea. I think I might do this. Yeah, this will fix my problem. I think this is the front where we can afford to kind of be a little exuberant in our lighting. And by the way, just as a reminder, these lights here, these are the double-sided boys, right? And so even back to back, like look at the size. So even though we're doubling, a double here is the same size as a single was there. The priority merges are big. You know what was a shocking, like out of left field, how amazing it is the sampling. Not having to copy and paste all the time. You know, and more than that, the like let's say, like if I'm gonna pick a foundation, all right, if I just build a foundation, it's this, right? Because I have that type of foundation and that color turned on, right? But if I wanted to take a little peek down here, I'm like, oh, okay, here's the trains. And then I come up in update 1.0, I go to build, I sample this, I would have gotten what my settings are here, which would be this, right? And that's wrong. And then I'd have to go like this. I'd have to go and switch the materials to concrete. And at least the color is the same. But imagine the color was different too. Now when I do that, I just, even though my settings are set for coated concrete, when I sample, it's exactly the same type and color and pattern. If it had a pattern, right? Grab this pattern. I mean, the pattern alone is amazing. You know how much time I spent trying to get patterns perfectly right? I have to change the color. I have to change, so much time. So the exact sampling, I think, was a sleeper hit for me. in terms of time saved. But absolutely, the priority mergers, those don't affect me day to day. But I can tell you, when I will need them, having them will be absolutely amazing. But so far, day to day affecting me, nothing has been as good as the sampling and the arrow. Like, I know that the arrow is the dark side of the sign, and so, you know, I can just do this and be confident that I have full control over which side is facing what. That has saved me an insane amount of time. And then yes, the infinite and vertical nudging. There's still some bugs with the vertical nudging. Yeah, the signs are game changing. Yeah. It still sometimes doesn't work. But in general, I would say the vertical nudging's probably right behind the sampling changes for me. You know, because for me, I want to be able to build what I want to build, you know, without a ton of hassle. If I can build these things that I'm building and not have to freaking fight it so much, then, I mean, win, you know? Big win. Like, I could have gotten to this point without the vertical nudging for sure, but obviously it's faster when you nudge vertically. Should I just do this? No. See if we can find one that looks good. I mean, that's not bad. I don't like that this corner is higher. But if I don't do that, then I have to deal with other problems. That's probably the cleanest I'm going to make that look. And if I do that, then let's make it match. Probably the cleanest I'm gonna get it. The railways rework also, so much easier to make railways. Yeah, so the railways, do you mean the snapping? Like the blueprint snapping? Because I've seen that, but if you just mean drawing them out, I actually don't know. Is there a build mode? There isn't a build mode. But I'll have to experiment with railways better, because I know it was a little bit like a spline. Oh yeah, look at that. All right. Oh yeah. Okay, so already I'm with you here. So I used to have to build a hard point to lock to when I wanted to turn, because the point that I locked to would move. But now it stays in place. Doing that took so much more time. Yeah, you can rotate the railway. Well, it'll stay locked in its orientation. That's the key. Yeah, I used to have to force the locking points. Like, you know, yeah. No, that's awesome. That's a good change. Yeah, your power lines got to the oil source. Time to make some power in factories and easy zip line. Yep, I did the same thing. What'd you go with? Did you go with the Gold Coast or did you go with the Blue Crater? I want true black. The only way I can get close to is paving with asphalt. No, that's not true, Captain. Do you know how to get true black in this game? No. I have a set. It's not that one. It's this one. You can absolutely get true black. I think you could even get truer black. Let's change this over to coated. I'll show you how to do it. I've also got a true white. No, here's my true white. Sorry. Those are my true whites. -10 on the colors. Well, it's not on the colors, it's on the it's on the bottom one. It's on the value. I think that's value, right? It doesn't work on the walls. That I will give you. But you said asphalt, so I assumed you were talking about foundations. So 2 pure, 1 normal node, would that be 1 pure for energy and both others for factories since the nuclear power later? And both others for factories. All right. Do you want the... You ready for the Cliff Notes version on oil? All right. Do not, this is my opinion, okay? You can reject my opinion. But my opinion is do not process any oil any way other than heavy oil residue. Okay. So what I would say is you take all your oil, you process this as an alternate recipe, you go heavy oil residue, you get a little bit of polymer resin, you get a lot of heavy oil residue. Okay. You take this polymer resin and that's how you get your residual rubber and residual plastic. Okay, residual rubber, it takes polymer resin and water and you get rubber out of it. So you don't take part of your oil and use it for fuel and some of your other oil and you use it for plastic and rubber. You take all of your oil and you put it in heavy oil residue and all of your oil does both. That's number one. This is minimum, in my opinion. This is all my opinion. You can do whatever the hell you want in this game, all right? I'm not going to judge you. I'm just telling you there are efficiency reasons to do this. Okay, so we'll call this level 1. Okay? Now, you take your heavy oil residue and you make residual fuel. This is level 1. This is the minimum in my opinion. Yeah, heavy oil residue, then you turn it into fuel, yeah. No. What's the point of recycled rubber? It's so bad. Not at all, my friend. It's amazing. all my rubber over here is being made with recycled rubber and recycled plastic. No, it's awesome. It's complicated. It's crazy, but it's awesome. All right, so this is level 1. Level 2. If you are game, if you are down, okay, there are 2 versions. We'll call it 2A and 2B. Okay. You can't get to 2A and 2B are these 2 recipes. You still do heavy oil residue, but how do you turn the heavy oil residue into fuel? There are, again, 3 ways. 1, residual fuel. Okay. And this is 2A. Diluted packaged fuel. All right. This is the most efficient way to get fuel out of oil. It's not even close. And the reason is because you're actually getting double. Right? You're turning 30 into 60. 30 oil per minute, you get 60 fuel per minute. If you look over here, you're getting 60 oil per minute and you're only getting 40 fuel per minute. It's literally 3 times more fuel. Okay, because instead of 60 giving you 40, 30 gives you 60. Is that right? I think so. I think it's 3 times more. But it's a lot more. This is 2A. There's a better one, and we're calling that 2B. You can't do 2B right now yet. Now, the downside of this is dealing with packaged water. It's a pain in the ass. Doing the circling, getting the packaging, the unpackaging, but this is why people do it. That is what I have in my factory in the Gold Coast. I have done it in this method. Okay? In retrospect, I probably would not have done that. What I probably would have done is I would have hustled my ass through that tier that you're in. Okay? I would have got out of it and I would have actually gone with the 2B method. And for that, you need a blender. Alternate diluted fuel. We're going to call this 2B. This is the same thing in terms of ratio. You double your heavy oil residue into fuel, but except you don't have to do any of the packaging shenanigans. So it's far simpler. It's the same ratio, you get the same effect, but it's easier to build. The problem is that you don't have blenders right now. So what I did in this save is I kind of went all in with, we're calling it 2A, this packaged fuel version, okay? I've never used, well, not anytime recently have I used residual fuel. That's choice 1. I've never done that. It's too much of a loss. I've always either done diluted packaged fuel or I have done diluted fuel. They are both the same ratio. It's just that this one doesn't require the packaging shenanigans. Okay, so what I would do if I were to do this again, I think the simplest, most efficient route is a combination of this and that. Or really, you just limp through doing the minimum. Don't do your final factory. Just get through this phase. Make the plastic you need, make the rubber you need, get through that tier. All right, let's look and see what it is. Okay, you're in tier 6, right? Wait, no. You're in tier 5. Oil processing, right? You've unlocked the refinery, you've got the plastic and the rubber, you can make fuel, you can make heavy oil residue. Okay, and then tier 6 Still no blender. You don't get the blender until tier 7. Right here. Control system development. Once you have the blender, you can go directly to that 2B version. All right. And in the future, if I play again, I will not make my giant power plant until I have the blender. So that means that you're just kind of limping with power and plastic through, 4, 5, and 6 until you can unlock blenders, and then you build your big factory. That's what I would say. So make a small power plant, perhaps, but don't make a permanent one. That's an option. Or you do what I did and you go all in and you have fun playing with your. And actually, I took it a step further. I didn't just make diluted packaged fuel. I actually made turbo fuel. Okay, because I had another one. All right, I unpackaged the fuel, and then I did turbo fuel. All right, I took the fuel and went turbo fuel. So that's why my factory over there is pretty complicated, is because I did all the packaging shenanigans, and then I took the fuel, unpackaged it, and turned it into turbo fuel. Or you just limp through, get the plastic, the rubber that you need, set up some temporary stuff, set up some power, but keep things light and breezy until you get to, tier 8. You unlock the blenders, you make a big ass power factory. Those are kind of your options. You did a fuel power plant without blenders. I've done both. In this save, I have 2 large power plants. One with blenders, one without. And honestly, of course, I'm making rocket fuel here. So obviously it's going to create a lot more power, and it was a lot more complicated. But having the blenders made everything so much easier because I don't have to shuffle around packaged shenanigans. So it's really up to your playstyle and what you like and what your goals are with the game and what you enjoy as to what. But I wanted to let you know that those alternatives exist and that they are far more efficient than what you'll see when you first unlock that tier. Hey, Christian. Yeah, the rocket fuel. All right, let's get back to this. Actually, I need to take a small restroom break. 90 seconds. I'm not going to be gone long. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours, and I've taken 1 restroom break. So, what are we gonna do something fun here? Yeah, let's have a little bit of fun here with the lighting. Let me set something up. Where's my favorite? My favorite is this orange. Ooh, I love it. All right, and then we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go like that. We're gonna go like this. I'm gonna decouple. I'm making you guys a screensaver while I I used the restroom. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. I did it so fast. Oh man. I was like, look how fast I did this. I was so proud of myself. Gotta hit T, not escape. All right. Check it out, and I will be back in about 90 seconds or so. All right. I just gotta take a quick break. Okay, I have returned. You make 600,000 megawatts with rocket fuel? Have a nice bathroom break. Well, I got to wash my face, you know. All right, let's get my camera back on. All right. You got instantly got heavy oil residue from the first hard drive. Nice. I love this intersection here. This is like my favorite little place that I've made. Happy Father's Day construction. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's see how long till. Oh, the wife will probably be up in about an hour. She's gonna start the ribs on the pellet smoker for tonight. My dad's coming over, and hopefully some of my siblings. I don't know, we'll see. It's possible making liquid biofuel with remains and burning it in biomass burners. Does the liquid biofuel? I don't think liquid biofuel goes into biomass burners. Doesn't no, that's not what I wanted, sir. It's not what I wanted. Isn't it doesn't that go into fuel? Oh, my camera didn't turn on. Hold on. All right, there we go. Sorry, camera's back. All right, let's keep on keeping on. Electrode circuit board. I can't remember which one did I use for my circuit boards. I can't wait to have enough Mercer spheres to put every item I make into the dimensional depot straight from the factory. Go exploring, my man. You can. And it's very nice. There are way more Mercer spheres than you need, by the way. What did I use? I did Caterium circuit boards. That's what I used. It works with both. Interesting. I did not know that. All right, let's see if we can, let's get our light back under control. No. There are a lot. There's enough to get all your tech and have way more than there are items in the game. How many Mercer spheres in Satisfactory? 298. There's almost 300. Yesterday I saw someone make a factory that used 200 depots for a single resource. Okay, I hear what you're saying. And by the way, I have something similar. But I'm just saying, there's 300 on the map, so there's a lot. But I hear what you're saying. All right, how do I copy this? I don't really remember what I did. Yikers. Big yikes. Big yikes. Did you know that you could buy hard drives in the Awesome Shop? I have heard that, yes. I've never done so. I haven't really needed to. What did I do over here? Yeah, I did the same. I did a temporary setup for plastic for sure. I think I did this. I probably did that. That's probably what I did. Now let's put these in, and then I'll try to reverse engineer what I did with that bridge piece. I don't remember. I did something funky, but maybe I can recreate, if not recreate what I did precisely, maybe I can recreate the circumstances in which my subconscious mind decided what to do, and maybe I can recreate it that way. This is going to be a really fun factory to build in. Like, there's so many layers and like nooks and crannies and stuff. This is a cool building. Just finished your first 3D print. Nice. Every single factory that uses circuit boards I've built, I've used electrode circuit boards. That's cool. Yeah, I've never done that. Fun baller. Cool, I got it. Remember those? Okay. I would love to get into 3D printing, but I know if I did, it would consume me. I'd probably make a YouTube channel on it. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of these. All right, so I think the goal, I put it at the corner. That looks like the corner. And then probably in the center. Yes, and then I probably nudged it. Probably nudged that to match the need that I had. I seem to remember doing this exact thing. However, looks like swing and a miss. Okay, I bet you up there is okay. I missed down here. What did I point at down here? All right, let's start over. Those are in the way. All right, that's coming in there. I'm gonna cover over it anyway. Something like that. Oh, that's lower. Okay, let's try it again. We're closer. We're closer for sure. I wonder if I can... Ooh, we may have a winner there, boys. That looks good. It's not perfect in terms of this way. That's why. All right, watch this. It's so close. All right, this is good enough for me for sure. This should work. I think I've reverse engineered my own factory design. We need symmetry. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing? All right, let's see if I have achieved it. I think we're the follow Supernova 420. I think it's actually there. Wonder what Chat GPT thinks of DeepSeek and vice versa. Okisuna, morning guys. Storm knocked out the power. Oh no. I was talking shit about Oklahoma while you were gone. I mean, mostly the barbecue. Not really. I stopped myself. I didn't think it was fair. No, not very sportsmanlike. You know, it is Oklahoma after all. Guys, that looks good. So the heavy yellow recipe is just one of those things that are actually just a better recipe. Is that a question? I believe so, yes. Many recipes are a preference thing, or maybe availability of resource thing, but some of them are just vastly superior in terms of efficiency. I believe heavy. I would never build a now look, temporary is temporary. Okay, and that's a different story. But in terms of like, so like if you need some plastic, well, yeah, bust out some, you know, do your thing, right? If you're dying for power now because, you know, your shit's shutting down, well, sure, but I just mean in terms of like a designed factory, I would only ever use the heavy oil residue recipe. Yeah, some of them actually are just legit better, for sure. I believe that is also true with the diluted fuel, whether you go the packaged version or the non-packaged version. I feel like that's the same for me. It's just better. Now, sometimes you're not in a position to make use of the betterness. All right, and that's a legit argument, right? For sure. All right, this is gonna be Funky Town, USA. Fun watching the master at work. Who are you talking about? Can't be talking about me. You have to consider resource use to their output ratio, right? And sometimes, like if I'm in an area and I have a surplus of iron, well then I'll do the iron to copper recipe or whatever, you know what I mean? You could always argue that any factory that produces more than you consume is over-engineered. If you make more fuel than you use, your jetpack, why bother? Yeah, but I mean, you also have storage, you know, and it's always good to, you know, save for a rainy day. But I think it's important in this game, like in real life, to have redundancies. You know, I kind of planned that factory over there. I was missing some redundancies that if I had in place, I would have had a more fun experience. But there's nothing wrong with a little over-engineering in Satisfactory. I mean, if you can't over-engineer in Satisfactory, where can you over-engineer? That's what I say. The sun's coming up, boys. I don't hear anybody walking around in my house yet. Okay. Sloppy alumina is so much better than normal alumina. Anything sloppy is better than the normal version without. Remember that. I know you're a young buck. Don't forget that. Here's what I've been using. Sloppy alumina, pure aluminum ingot, alternate all-clad casing, and that's it. Alternate copper alloy ingot. But that's just how I got the copper ingots. Yeah, but the key here is sloppy alumina is the key. And then pure aluminum ingot, and then all-clad casing. You're only house on the street with power. I assume you have a generator. Okay, let's keep on keeping on. Yeah, sloppy alumina. Yeah, sloppy alumina is a good one. I would consider that probably a must-have. So my must-haves. So I engineer out all screws. I never make screws. So you can do that. There's an alternate for rotors. There's an alternate for reinforced iron plate. So I do that. And there's an alternate for heavy modular frames. So heavy modular frames also, because I hate dealing with screws. So it's like mandatory for me But even people that don't mind screws as much, they love this one. I consider this one mandatory as well. Heavy encased frame. I think it's just a better recipe. It doesn't need screws. Yeah. And I really like this recipe. As you can see, I use a lot of alternates here. A lot of alternates. There's another one. There's another one. Another one. But of all of them, I think this is probably one of the most important ones. And then of course, the sloppy Luna. Cast screws, yeah, I don't need cast screws. Why? Because I don't make screws. Right? So if you look at this factory that I have here, I've been using the adhered iron plate with rubber, but the other one that I like is the there's one that you make copper, you make reinforced iron plate. Oh, I'm too high up in the air to show you, but there's one that you make reinforced iron plate with copper. I can't remember what it's called though. I like that one if you don't have any rubber. That's actually the first one I get in the game. Is the wire. The wire-based reinforced iron plate. That is the very first one that I strive to get when I'm starting. You dude. But that's because I detest dealing with screws. Isn't BL Andrew? He's the one that made the 1,000,000 screws, right? He made a factory that makes 1,000,000 screws. I'm pretty sure that was him. Iron wire? Iron wire is good. I actually like Caterium wire too. Caterium wire is kind of disgusting. I understand that Caterium is more rare than copper, but I love the ratio that it comes out of it. Right? Isn't it Caterium wire? Isn't that it? Yeah, Caterium wire. I mean, look at this. I made 3,700 wire off of 33 constructors and 2 belts of Caterium. Actually more, because some of the wire went down there. But I get it. Iron wire is also very good. It just depends on how you're playing. You know, if you're trying to, get the most bang for your buck, well, iron wire is probably better than Caterium. You hardly ever use Caterium yet. You will for computers and stuff. Caterium is definitely on the rare side of materials, like no joke. But I don't give a shit. Man, this is so irritating. I'm already so spoiled with vertical nudge. When it doesn't work, it angers me. Actually, we can go. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? An error has been made. Maybe not. Maybe not. $17. $17.5. It ain't no 20. That's for sure. Let's try one more time. 17.5. 17. Interesting. I don't know why that's true. Let's check these. $17, basically. 17. So I don't know what happened with why that's 17.5. Do I care? I don't think that I care. You have one pier node close to your base. Yeah, there's another one not too far either down there. Currently building a 4 foundry floor with a storage 5th floor to cross balance between 4 lines of 6 back to the green hills. Okay. Eventually I want to replace most of my belts with tractors. Good luck, my man. You're a man of my own heart. So I can consume all the iron in the green hills and as many foundry buildings as I need before doing the same for copper. Hey, I mean that's a way to play. Just to completely decimate the natural resources of an entire ecosystem before moving on. You like fuse copper wire yourself? Nice. On your scale of hate, which is worse, valves or screws? Oh my God, Flemball are asking the tough questions. You should make screws because all of yours are loose and keep falling out. Drill Sergeants. Last of Us 2 completed 9 out of 10. Nice. You got to tackle your reading list next. Unfortunately, I have to make some screws because the awesome shop requires screws. There's no way around it. I will never build another valve or floor hole again in this game. Ever. Never, 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 never. So I would say valves and floor holes, I hate them more than I hate screws. Ooh. All right, let's fix this. do we do over here? Oh, we haven't put it in yet. Oh, they were asking me on YouTube. That was in response to them, not you. All right, are we completely double framed out? I think we are, guys. Well, yeah, let's start putting the rest of these walls in, and then we will also do the lights as we go. Okay, Sooner achievement. Thank you for the super chat. $5 on YouTube. I appreciate it. News, call it. Told you he hated floor holes even though they're not broken. It's just in his head. I don't care. Don't care. You can't make me use them. You're not my real dad. Hey, you want a big tip here? MCO, when you're deleting, I'll show you. Not now, because it's not as applicable as it was a second ago. But you can set filters to your delete, and so I want to delete all of these window frames, but I don't accidentally want to select any of these signs. And so if I go for the select on the delete and I hit G, you can see right here, dismantle filter, triple frame window. And so now it'll only delete triple frame windows like this. And you can also use this when you're coloring things. So let's say you only want to color foundations. Same thing. Now this, it doesn't work here because both the thing I want to delete and the thing next to it I don't want to delete are the same item. So a filter wouldn't help me here. Possible rant incoming. No, I've ranted enough about floor holes. You guys know my position. You think my head has some unresolved bugs? Definitely. Not even a question. It's a little awkward. That was way easier. I think it was there. Let's start down here. Seems handy if I remember that in the right moment. You will, because you're gonna go to delete a bunch of stuff and then you're accidentally gonna delete the wrong thing and you'll never forget after that. I don't know your position, but I gather from context it's not good. Oh, I don't like to use floor holes or valves because in my experience they cause bugs. And there have been updates to the game, and those updates may or may not have fixed the buggy nature of those items, but I have found that I don't need to build them. And so if I don't need to build them, then I won't, because I don't want to add any variables to something. Fluid in this game can be challenging. So why add, you know, my philosophy is why make it harder on yourself. Let's move all these back a notch. I use a buttload of them, no issues. Good for you, Oki Sooner. You and your buttload can floor hole away. Autosave. All right, that looks good. You can also maintain 600 constant with no hookup floors at all. I agree. I can too. Yeah, I wouldn't go down that road with him, Genesis. He I mean, he'll send you screenshots of them working perfectly, and I agree. I am not calling Oki Sooner a liar, by the way. I 100% believe him when he says he uses them and he has no issues with them. I 100% believe Oki Sooner. But that doesn't mean I'm going to use them. He's getting other viewers all fired up about floor holes. I believe that it's possible floor holes were fixed in 1.1.0. Ah, that's not what I want. Okay, let's do the vertical. You stop bragging. Okay, I have so many headaches with pipes in this game. He's way better than you think. We have a lot of banter, but it's mostly schoolyard talk. Schoolyard talk. That's such like an old man way of saying that. That's something my dad would say. Schoolyard. Locker room talk. I need the recipe to access polymer residue. All right, should I fix these? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. What is this? Well, Fonz has gifted 10 community subs. Is that right? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've got 10 here. Sorry, my let me refresh here. Yeah, there we go. 10 community subs. Thank you, Fonz. Really, I appreciate it. Sorry I had to do it. Why did you have to do it? Thank you. Let's put this in. Following you since 2 years. Well, I appreciate it. This is gonna Z fight, isn't it? We are gonna Z fight, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Well, we know the fix for that. Let's go ahead and knock this fix out. And it also means that we have to do the same thing, probably on that side. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. We don't want no Z fighting. Come on. All right, that should be right. Just like that, no Z fighting. Does mean we have to rebuild this whole column, but I think that's worth it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I started my first live stream 2 years ago yesterday, I think. Or maybe the day before yesterday. My very first live stream. Now, Twitch, I didn't start dual streaming. I don't know, 6 months later, probably. But I was live streaming on YouTube on June 13th, 2023. We're gonna have to do the same thing on the other side to get these to line up correctly. I actually forgot about that I needed to nudge these, and I put them all in, which is kind of stupid on my part, but alas. I just started a new world, and I do plan on using less pipe holes this time around. They can work, especially if you put them on 2-meter foundations. They're really buggy, last I heard, in 1-meter foundations. But if you put them through 2-meter foundations, you're probably a lot safer. So if you're somebody that never uses 1-meter foundations, I think floor holes will probably never bother you. Hype chest. Fawn started a hype train all on his own. What do we get for a hype chest? Is that a kitty? I think that's a kitty getting a medal. The front of this is pretty finicky. It's because of the pipe sometimes connecting backwards to the 1-meter foundation. I don't really care why, I just don't use them. I'm a simple man. Pipe floor hole not work. Me not use pipe floor hole. So simple, even a caveman can do it. What would this look like if we went down here? Does this look better? Yeah, let's go with that. We'll wait on that one. All right, we got to notch this one out. right. See that little notch, that little outcropping? That's what I got on purpose. So that we wouldn't have Z fighting with the signs I'm about to build. Which way did we face this thing? The light towards the front. I forgot you can place splitters on the ceiling. I was gonna be like, now that looks good. Now that looks good. See what I did there? What even time is it? 6? You're going for 9 hours? Well, we're definitely gonna go to at least 10. I'd love to get all this done tonight. It's gonna suck. We're probably gonna get like all but like an hour or 2 of this done. You know what I mean? Not quite enough to say we're finished. I don't know, maybe not. There's a lot to do, but I am trying to consistently do the parts that are the biggest pain in the ass first, because I like the idea that you know, there's only easier stuff left. So a moment's we're gonna hit like a critical mass on this, and it'll seem like there's a lot left, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm gonna be done in like an hour. So maybe this is the last hour, maybe we're close to that hour, I don't know, but I'm trying to do the finicky stuff first. It's gonna make you mad and I'll go 12. Maybe, except people are coming over to my house. I mean, I slept till like 4 p.m. today, or Saturday. I guess that was yesterday. I can't really do that since people are going to be at my house at like 1. And I didn't even go 12 hours last night. On the other hand, it's Father's Day. So, you know. If I can't sleep on Father's Day, when can I sleep? All right, what do you guys think about... I'm willing to try a blueprint here for the straight up and down ones. We have a lot of straight up and down, and I do think we may be able to get a blueprint. Oh, I heard my wife cough. She's still got a bad cough. Not a bad one, but a one. And so let's see if we can blueprint this biatch. So the pork ribs are being put on the smoker as we speak. All right, so let's try this. Now, this is not going to work for any angled setup. The straight up and down, it should work. Like butter. I'm gonna have to do one for one side and one for t'other. Shoot. All right. Well, let's do all the dark on right sides. Gamer programmer, morning. What time is it for me? For me, 6:15 in the morning. I have been playing this all night. But to be fair, that's pretty standard. Ooh, should we reverse this one? Or they all face the same? Probably all face the same. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, this wouldn't work without the vertical nudge, because I can't get them to overlap. Ooh, is Lena here too? I miss, oh. Yeah, Lena's here too. morning. Blueprints make it better. You know what I need to watch with my family? The Count of Monte Cristo. Keep meaning to watch that. Maybe we'll watch that tonight. The rest of that we could do by hand. I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna move these back. Instead of moving that one and that one forward, we're gonna move those behind. We're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna push them back. Eldon says good morning. Yeah, he's always hanging out in the morning when I see you. Of course, he's definitely asleep when you hang out in the chat in the evening. I assume you have today off, Lena? Can't wait for this brisket to finish smoking. Bark is developing nicely. Right, you put that brisket on when I started the stream. I actually have done that. I've done an entire stream, like when we cook brisket, I stream during it because we usually eat it on Sunday, and so we're cooking the brisket while I'm streaming. And then I've got my pellet smoker has a Bluetooth or a Wi-Fi attachment, so I can keep an eye on the temp, while I'm streaming, just to make sure like nothing goes crazy. But nothing really ever has with that. Yeah, I'll finish that off. All right, nice. Any other pillars where that's going to be on that side? This one over here will, I think. Shoot. I'm not going to worry about this. I think I have to redo this. Let's do... Shoot. I think I have to... Maybe I'll bring those ones in. Going to the pool later? Nice. No more fires when you do? Listen, that wasn't my fault. Actually, it wasn't. My wife shut down the I don't want to like blame my wife, but the pellet smoker was improperly shut down. Dark on right. But yes, we did have a little bit of a smoldering fire. It wasn't cleaned and it wasn't shut down. My daughter usually vacuums it out before we start. There were several things went wrong that day. But nothing was damaged except for the powder coat. And my wife actually got some new powder coat. I don't remember if she's gotten around to fixing the paint job yet on that, but she was gonna do that for me. But it's all good. All right, and then this will be dark on left. I vacuumed out the smoldering. We had a shop vac, and I vacuumed out the smoldering pellets, and it lit the shop vac on fire. That I did do. Yeah, it has Wi-Fi as well. Yeah. I looked it up. You have that nice one. It's big and it's got some good new technology in it. It's really nice. All right, let's switch over to dark on left on the quick bar. You poking out? You poking out of there? You writing that novel, Brian? Using those typewriter to write those words? You gonna keep plotting that structure out? Oh God, I love that running joke. I make it fully well knowing that Lena is working on a story, or has done some writing at least, when Stewie makes fun of Brian's writing. God, it's so funny. Yeah. If I had to pick a favorite moment or whatever, a Family Guy, I laugh there's a bunch of them, but the one that I laugh every time. I will watch it. I watch it over and over again. I don't know what it is. It hit me perfectly right when I watched it the first time. And I watched it over and over and over again. It's when Stewie breeds the genetically perfect pig, and Brian's like, "You bred a pig?" He's like, "Yeah, most genetically perfect pig in the contest." And then the camera pans, and the pig has got fists on the ground, and he's just ripped, and he goes, "Oink." And then Brian goes, "Oh my God." It's so funny. And then he goes, "Are those fists?" And Sue goes, "Yeah, show him, pig." And the pig just punches Brian in the face and knocks him to the ground. It's 3 or 4 jokes, just in rapid succession. I don't know what it is. It's it's how the pig says oink. I just freaking lose it. It's so funny. That's probably my favorite little section. Am I talking to gamer? Yeah. Got some plot twists, some unexpected character development. Yeah, it's when Stewie's making fun of Brian for writing. So I was kind of aiming that at you, Lena, a little bit. I also really like the folk singing episode where Peter and Quagmire sing folk songs, and the reason is because Peter and Quagmire are both voiced by Seth MacFarlane, so he's basically just singing with two of his voices with himself in harmony. It's just hilarious. Yes, I hope your writing is going well. I think Lena, I don't know. I think she talked about it a couple times. I don't know the extent of it. She called me out for a fire in my barbecue, so I was taking a shot at her with her writing. But that may or may not be actually a miss. When you get a chapter written, you'll post it in the Discord. Nice. Well, that was way faster than what I've been doing in the past. I like it. Let's do these crossbars by hand. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me. All right, so let's notch these in. This should work the same. That wire's in my way. All right, let's give that a try. Ooh, bump the mic stand. That's a little weird though, because you turn it. This is a 45 degree. This is on the angle here is not so easy to do that trick, it seems. Okay. This is a new conundrum here. We have to stay at this angle so we can do that. How do I move? That angle's different. Will D's 9 hours. Ken is a machine. Howdy, Ken and crew. Welcome. MCO. I'm doing a bit of puzzling with making packaged fuel. It seems I'm only making half the resin I need to package the fuel I'm making. Are you? What do you? Well, what are you doing once you empty the package? You recycle them. You have to recycle your canisters. You only need some upfront plastic to make upfront canisters, and then they recycle forever. Uh, 1.0 came out on the 10th of June. I think I've screwed myself here, boys. Yeah, no subtle movement. We needed to move the vertical ones out. No soft bumping, angled. So it's good to know. Honestly, I'm just gonna, I think I'm okay with doing it this way, honestly. This is kind of a special guy here. He's a little special guy. But I was trying to get a little bit more of a subtle move towards the inside to avoid Z fighting than this big old mess. But I mean, it's not that it's bad. It's fine. But now you know. Pretty cool. I think that works. Good enough for now, at least. We'll fiddle later. I'm trying to kind of get this front face done first. All right, let's drop down. Now is time for this. We've already have this blueprint in. We did it on the back. It's just a matter of figuring out how to place it. Ooh. I like that depth. I think that works. Did it add anything new? It added a ton of stuff. It added a ton. A ton of goodies. Should we? I'm not going to worry about it. All right, trimming time. Oh, and then, yeah, all right. Then we'll put back what we need to. Ooh, that's off anyway. That was misplaced anyway. There's some funkiness going on. Well, crap. That's misplaced too. Yeah, this sticks up. Not that much. That looks right. And then once that one's right, you blueprint mode, bang, bang, you're in. There we go. That's what it should have looked like. I might need to update my factories then. Loving the progress on the tower so far. I've been watching for a few days. Yeah, a lot of it's just quality of life, you know, techniques. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Is that it? I think that might be it. Now we line up like this. Oh my God. She's coughing so loudly. Let's head over here. I want to check on something. I wonder if I doubled up the thickness. Did you never unlock the 6x6 blueprint design? Maybe be faster to build with it? Well, sure it would be. I would love to. The only problem is it's in the next phase. I did it on the edges. I did the double on the edge there. I did not do it down there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's in tier 9. I mean, the tier I'm not in. I have everything unlocked for phase 4. As soon as I build my phase 4 phase 4 parts, I will do that. We may want to make an adjustment here on placement. Yeah, let's start this over. Let's get this in. This extra buffer is gonna help with some of those problems that I was running into. Is there a way to delete liquid like I can solid items? Yeah, you can dump the pipe. Do you mean in a pipe? You can absolutely dump a pipe. Just click on a pipe and you can dump the whole network. What an interesting problem we have. Above from pipes and urban buildings. No, it's part. You dump the whole pipe network. That network includes the liquid in the building, I think. See, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. Okay. Theoro, you can drop liquid in buildings into your trash in your pockets or dump the network. Then the building will drain out, then dump the pipes again. So you can drop the liquid buildings in your trash. You can drop, I remember that. You can grab the liquid and try throwing it into your trash. Or dump it several times. Okay. Beldraco, construction, and chat. Time appropriate greetings. Hello. Both are not optimal, the best way to balance your pipes. Well, sure, but if he's made an error or like if oil in his pipe accidentally and, you know, or you change the recipe, can't you just change the damn recipe? Wouldn't that dump all the, you can change the recipe and then change it back? That should dump all the liquid in the pipe. Beldraco, I'm lurking while I farm playing a new 4X map called Imagine Land. Nice. Dragging the trash can works. Yeah, and you can also probably change the recipe, I think. All right. That's not right. That is, though. that is. It does. It's generally on best for testing. Well, sure. But we actually don't know the reason that he asked. So I try not to put, qualifiers on stuff like that sometimes because, I don't know the context for the reason that he's asking. It definitely, but I think I know your point, and the point is it's not ideal for pretty much anything. It's not great. But it is the best we've got. Adding the second round did nothing. Oh, that's doing the thing. Do the thing, Julie. It's doing the thing. There it goes. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain. Okay. I can get the crossbar in by hand. I can get the plates in by hand. Actually, can I? I wish there was a way to can't rotate this, you know? Wait, they exist up here rotated. Ooh. Yeah, buddy. All right, so I can do this for sure. I wish. Ah. So frustrating. You know what I really needed to be? Not back there. Back there ain't doing jack shit. This is doing nothing for me. What I needed to be is on top of, not behind. I think. Right, because then I can cover some of these gaps. But then that messes up the light, so... Hey, at least that's notching correctly. There is some shenanigans in here, isn't there? Oh, it's not too bad. I just gotta... It won't let me notch it the direction I need to notch it. It's frustrating. It's not notching in the plane. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay, I have made a decision. I have spoken. Going to alter the deal. Going to pray that I don't alter it any further. We can notch this in. Ooh, you suck. You suck. Before I do it there, I made a blueprint for this. Man, sometimes it works and sometimes it says F you, bro. See, that time it works. It's whether or not I'm getting the notching in plane or not. Oh, this guy can continue, no problemo. That kind of looks like that, doesn't it? That's not bad. That is not bad. And then we do this and cut this. All right, let's overlap. There. Autosave. Wow, my build is badass. Thank you. It's got some issues, as you can see. But getting there. Is that poking out? I think it was. All right, that's a better solution for sure. Yeah, I mean, here's my here's all my buildings. This is the one that we're working on today. I was hoping to finish it, but I am getting bogged down on this diagonal piece. I think I've mostly figured it out, but it is a total pain in the ass. All right, so let's go ahead, now that we've established that this kind of works. Yep, and then straight down, yep. Not even that. Let's do some kind of something like this. Something like that. Okay, I like it. I like it. Are you using, what are you using as a layout for the city, or is it just whatever you want? Well, I've planned it all out. So I'm using my plan for a layout, I guess you could say. Sorry, my allergies are bad and I've been streaming for way too long. How long have I been streaming? Close to 10. Here's the city map. It's basically just a Google sheet that I turned into a giant grid. And this is what she looks like. So I've mapped everything out. I don't have a lot of detail up in the northern part. We haven't gotten there yet. But I'm working on the aluminum factory right now. This is the last factory in this southern half. We did our power plant over here, Fixmas factory, Nakatomi Plaza. Most of these buildings are representative of buildings that exist in real life. The Shards in London. This is a heavy modular frames factory, is a building in Bahrain. The aluminum factory we're working on right now is a building in Moscow. And then the computer factory is a building from Chicago, the John Hancock building. This is the gas station. Again, Nakatomi Plaza is my Fixmas factory. This one right here isn't really a building that exists, but it was sort of a industrial type factory. Lots of smoke. Eye in the Sky checking back in. Nice. I've actually got Beldraco. I've actually got a 600-hour tour video that I put on my YouTube channel a couple of days ago. It's 30 minutes. It runs through everything. It's a full tour, soup to nuts, and it also tells what I'm going to be doing in the future. We drive around, we look at all the buildings at night to really take in the glow. It's actually a video I hope does, I hope that, YouTube, I hope it does well on YouTube, but we'll see. Yeah, there's definitely a limit, guys, tonight on how much I'll be able to do. It is Father's Day and I'm hosting. And when I say I'm hosting, I mean my wife is hosting. I'll be sleeping until 5 minutes after the guests get here. The guests being my immediate family, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. But, still. All right, let's pop that into place. Like we did over there. And I do need to get some sleep. I mean, dealing with my immediate family isn't too bad, but, perhaps it would be best to get some sleep. Maybe. Like, I don't know, just in general. All right, we need to do something to buffer this edge here because it sucks. Unbuffered edge sucks. So how are we gonna do that? We just need a little help. What if we place this and then we place this and we do some ooh, he says. Could this be enough? Be better if it was shorter. I bet you we can make this work. So if we go that there, I think is better, and I wonder if I can corner out all of that. That is an issue, isn't it? Okay. Do we half notch this way? Yes, we do. That's the fix for that. All right, then let's delete this. Now we still have that stupid thing. I was trying to get this snuck past him, but not really having any luck there. All right, now can we please... I mean, I'll take that. Just trying to get a little coverage here. We do, some of these are not correct. Because they don't act correctly. That's better. Is that gonna screw things up? No, that looks good. We got one little corner left. What is the best way to do this? Like this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. Nobody can see that, right? I see it. It's two of them. Both of them. I gotta be careful. All right, that sticks through, right? Okay, that's okay. And then I did, what did I do? I went like this. And then I went over like this. Does that stick through? I can't tell. I can't see. I think it works. That looks good. Now, I would love, I don't think it's possible to extend these down because we're missing our markers here. I've actually got an idea. Got an idea. Come on. No, not quite. Shoot. Got rid of all of this work that I put in. I can do it. Okay. All right, I know that I can cover that. I know that I can cover this. Let's pull this back. That doesn't even line up. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna simplify and move back this line. This is not worth it. We're gonna make a change to the design. All right. It works, except it's this diagonal pieces down here that don't work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna chop it. Design change, because I could probably get this working, but I am not going to kill myself over this. We can, and then we can diagonal all the way the rest of the way up. Okay, so let's do this. Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Why, I don't think they have it for liquids, but the conveyor throughput monitor is absolute pure gold, especially for fine tuning and finding problems in factories. Yeah, I really look forward to using that, the new 1.1. That was truly a very fun half-an-hour clip. I watched it in its entirety. Good. Well, in the upper half, those vertical lines aren't spaced equally. Yeah, they aren't. They aren't in the blueprint. They never were. They're not on the other side either. It's a feature, not a bug. Although I will say that's doubled. But it's fine. It's a feature, not a bug. Perhaps you disagree with that feature, and that's fine. You're allowed to. But oh no, not this one. I need this one. Should we go center? Probably. It's too big. I don't need 32 panels. I need this one. Now what? Maybe I'll do some uplighting. Not super happy with this. Yet, at least. Yeah, we'll just say I did this for uplighting, right? Oh, we'll make a door here. We're gonna make a little patio. That's what we're gonna do. Do foundations right off the side. Ooh, that's big. I don't want that. Should I? No, it's too big. Let's go steel. Well, that looks good. And then okay, second one here, something like this. That's really close. Could have been there. Yeah, that's right. should be sticking out the whole way. And then we slide up till we poke out, and then we go back. And then we're gonna go I mean, it's pretty subtle till you get in here. I suppose we could also do this. Of course, that'll hit you right in the face when you when you walk out the door. We can do this. All right, that looks really slick, and it solves our problem of being able to get this diagonal to match up with that diagonal. By the way, I mean, look at how many axes of tilt there are, right? You have this one melding into this one that is not only going down, but is tilted out. It was too much for me. Storm is hitting you? Yeah. Stay safe for sure. Alright. Hopefully that's the hardest part. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Duckstein. Oh, that's not correct. That is not correct, sir. That is. Then we went like this a bunch. Yep, and then we deleted this. $10 hours and 12 minutes. I'm fading fast, guys. That's not right. Where are you? There we go. I really wanted to finish the front off so we could take a picture. All right, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Let's turn the light back on. And then for this, we'll just do that. God, I love blueprints. Dr. Duckstein. Hey, I started watching on YouTube, but wanted to say hello and that your buildings are mind-blowing. It takes me forever to build even the smallest factory that doesn't look like a toaster. Well, look, the thing is you just start. Right? You start, you try, and then over time you'll get better. Okay. All right. Now, for the vertical. Where's my vertical boy? There you are. Come on. Get in your home. What's the matter? You don't like your home? Are you too good for your home? All right, we're gonna have to lock this in somehow because it's sliding. So we're gonna have to decide how are we gonna do this. How about right when it... Come on, eyes. Don't fail me now. You'll be in sleep soon. Yeah, you just... It sucks when you start, you know? But you just start. And then you get better. But if you don't start, you never get better. That's the thing. That's not what I want at all, you piece of crap monkey. All right, where are we? That's good. And, ooh, gross. And then, blueprints. Blueprints are your friend. Because you can make a really cool design in a blueprint, right? And then you can spam it all over the place. Okay, I'm back. Went outside my Bluetooth headset to smoke a ciggy and walked too far. How am I supposed to chip with that? How am I supposed to chip with that going on, Doug? All right, now... All right, now we got to place the rest of this. Can we blueprint mode off of this? Oh, yeah. All right, here's our boy. And then we just delete like a mother. It's almost perfect. We got to notch it over. Yeah, as long as we notch this over, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. And then we delete this. I want to get this set up so that we can just spam the crap out of this and finish the front. Now I can delete this, put this one back under there. It locks in place. And re-delete. And then you're really easy. You just spam it like this. Yeah. Yes. Winning. All right. Let's get ready here for the final push. I got to start those on the other side too, but I think I remember how. Okay. I want to get this front done for the thumbnail. All right, so we went inside. We're in blueprint mode. Right there, yes. And then we notched over. Something like that. That looks good. Okay. I blew them all. I just went through all my encased industrial. We're not continuing this. I actually don't know what are we doing here? We flat? We flat on the top? I can't even remember. Oh, it's got this little triangle thing. We're flat on the top. We're just gonna be flat. I'm not gonna do that little shit. We're gonna flatten that out. All right, now we chop it and chop it. Sure, I just have to stop caring about playtime. I'm 60 hours in and haven't finished the fate. Don't worry about the playtime at all. Satisfactory is you just sit, enjoy it, build what you want, delete what you don't like. Don't worry about the playtime at all. It is not a race, unless you want it to be a race. Play the game in the way that is enjoyable to you. All right, and I haven't finished phase 4 and I'm 700 hours in almost. Okay. Oh, we should just keep going. I should have kept going. Man, I'm really running through these resources. I almost forgot how fun it is to explore with the jetpack, especially now that I have fuel auto producing in the dimensional depot. Yeah. What kind of fuel are you using? Did you get the liquid biofuel up yet? You must be an awesome artist if you can put this on your thumbnail. My wife probably could. That's pretty funny. That's a Mikey joke right there. You haven't gotten that far? Well, it's just refineries. Don't you have refineries unlocked? Get yourself some liquid biofuel. I'm serious. Use summer sloops to turn your alien parts into alien proteins. Use summer sloops to turn the protein into alien biomass. Use summer sloops to take the biomass into solid biofuel. Use summer sloops to take the biofuel into liquid biofuel, and with very, very few alien parts, you can 16x using 5 summer sloops to make an incredible amount of liquid biofuel. And once you put liquid biofuel in your jetpack, you will never use anything other than that. It is that good. Yeah. Well, you only need 1 refinery making liquid biofuel for yourself, because you're only going to make it for the jetpack. 5 summer sloops will get you unlimited liquid biofuel with just what you have in your inventory. It's only 5. 5 summer sloops is nothing, because each constructor only needs 1. Only 1 step in that process is a non-constructor. It's the last one. It's a refinery, and that needs 2. So that's why you need 5. I mean, not unlimited, but basically, I could never use it all. With like 10, you're 16xing the production. And by the way, you don't necessarily need all 5 at once. You could do all that with just 2. And then you just bin it and then change recipes, right? No, liquid biofuel is look, rocket fuel gives you more thrust, but for exploring, liquid biofuel it's very good. It's always been good. It has the most time by far. I'm not talking about solid biofuel. You're saying biofuel? There's 2 different kinds. There's solid biofuel is the worst. I'm saying liquid. Yeah. You just do a batch production. Yeah, batch production. You stash it. Here, I'm gonna show you after I finish this. I'll show you. It's very awesome. All right, let's do this thing. Last piece here. Yeah, rocket fuel is good, but it doesn't last. Correct. It doesn't last long, really at all. It has a major. That's its major flaw. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is this just a double? Ooh. I should probably just do 2 of these, to be honest. If that's just a double, we can fit it. I'll show you the setup and as soon as I finish this off. Ooh, is that perfectly fit? What are you gonna do? Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? It's perfect. All right, and I'll figure out this little cubby hole later. But I mean, honestly, we could just do this. Come on, sucker. Maybe make another little observation. Little observation point. Oh, we bled into the... let me notch it in. Oh. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's super irritating. It starts going all cattywampus. Alright, it's fine for now. And let's bust out the rest of this tower. At least the front of it. Yeah. That's true. If you got to go straight up a cliff, you know, keeping some turbo fuel with you. But for most stuff, the liquid biofuel is really good. I don't have anything else except for that. I can usually get what I want with that. You know, even up cliffs and stuff. I kind of run and jump a little bit, and I get what I need. It's really getting time for me to go. What are we at? 10 and a half. I mean, I've done worse. Let's be real honest here. I've done worse. I did a 16-hour stream one time. Let's do those sides up there. Oh, I don't like that. We're gonna do the bright on the outside. Blandbeard rated with you a party of 19. Well, guys, I hate to say this, but we I'm not leaving yet. I'm trying to wrap some stuff up here. But we are on the tail end, and I just want to, you know, I feel like it's important to let you know. Oh, that's backwards too. Birthday raid. Nice, Blandbeard, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday. Let me shout out you. I've been going for 10.5 hours. I probably have a half an hour left. Yeah, I have. It's okay though. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'm trying to get this looking slick for a thumbnail, and I'll show you guys. It's so close to being finished, but I can't tonight. See this backside, this back half, or this back top third is needs work, right? But we got the front in. So let me finish this. That's probably good. And that's probably good. Not going to worry about that stuff or the rest of it, because once I start going down that road, I will forever will it dominate my destiny. It's fantastic. Your builds are always impressive as hell. Thanks. It's a trick, mate. They do this every time I raid out. Now I'm tickling over 100 now. Nice. If I didn't know you live stream, I mostly watch your vids on YouTube. Well, awesome, Mike Carter. I'm glad you're able to see it. Yeah, look at this beast. I mean, this is the front. We're done. Now, before I start taking pictures, I promised somebody I wanted to show the goated liquid biofuel. Because if you haven't done it, I will say, like, you know, you look at liquid biofuel for your jetpack and you're like, that doesn't seem worth it, right? Why did I just use fuel or turbo fuel, right? But I want to show you this beast, this absolute behemoth of a setup. And should I actually do it? Do I have water? I need water. No, I'm not gonna actually do it, but we're gonna run the math, okay? All right, we're gonna set this up as if we were. All right, so what you want to do is you want to go hog protein or whatever, okay? Throw in a summer sloop. All right, so 1 hog remain gets you 2 alien protein. All right, now we're gonna go biomass alien protein. Now remember, you're at 2 alien protein. 2 alien protein gives you 200 biomass. Well, that's 1. 2 gets you 4. Okay, so now you're at 400 biomass from just 1 hog remain. Just 1. You're at 400 biomass. Now, you're at 400 biomass. Now we have to actually do some math. Let's divide 400 by 8. 50 times 8. 400. Now you're at 400 solid biofuel. Okay? With 1 hog. 400 solid biofuel. Liquid biofuel. Okay, now You're at 400, so let's do 400 divided by 6 solid biofuel. Times 8. 533 meters cubed liquid biofuel. 533. All right, and then if we now the packager, you can't do a packager. All right, but if we do the packaged liquid biofuel, 2 gets you 2. So 1 hog gets you 533 packaged liquid biofuel. 1 hog. And all you need is 5 summer sloops or just 2, and you share them. 2 for that guy. All right. That's 1 hog remain. And I think I did the math right. Sure, yeah, you have to bottle it for sure. Yeah, and the plastic's a little bit of a pain. I think I did the math right. It's an insanely huge amount. You go out and you kill like 5 hogs, and you've got more liquid biofuel than you can use probably the rest of the game. It's 16x, and it doesn't need any oil, just water. Correct. A couple of hogs, a little bit of water, a little bit of plastic. Well, it's probably a lot of plastic. Yeah. Yeah, 400. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Sorry, I was in the middle of some teaching moments here, and I missed the chat in YouTube. Hold on. I need help. For some reason, my drone's landing, taking off underneath my drone. It's interesting. I've never heard of that. Yeah, if you want to join my Discord, Mata FAQ, and post some pics in Satisfactory talk on my Discord. What was the number per remains? It was like, what was it? It was 400 divided by 6 times 8. 400 divided by 6 times 8. 533. You should be able to get 533 per remain. By the way, you should always summer sloop your power slugs, and well, really that's it. Okie Sooner is correct. That may be just how they path out the route. Right, say they go underneath. They go underneath after they lift off the drone port. That may just be where they go. You probably don't have anything. You may not have anything wrong. But yeah, post it in the Discord and we'll take a look. Use copper sheets and iron plates for packaging. Copper sheets and iron plates for packaging. Is there an alternative recipe for that? Because don't you need the canisters? Canisters, I know you can do steel canisters. You can do steel canisters. Sloop the DNA capsules also for tickets? Yeah, of course, definitely. Yeah, and by the way, I mean, it doesn't, if you summer sloop it, you, let's switch this to nighttime viewing. If you know, nobody wants to take away. That's not what I wanted. Nobody wants to take away from the DNA capsules, right? But I mean, come on. A couple of hog remains and you're good to go with liquid biofuel the rest of the game. That's worth the handful of DNAs. And by the way, you should summer sloop the DNAs as well, right? The same process. There's less steps, so you can't quite compound the summer sloops as well for the DNA capsules as you can for the liquid biofuel, but you should do what you can. Yeah, the steel canisters. Yeah, Matthias, I forgot or didn't ever know that was that you could get canisters with something else besides steel and plastic. But that's good to know. All right, guys. So this is the newest building. This is what we built today. It's not complete. We did get the front done, and we got about 2/3 of the ass end done. So let's go around and take a look at that. This is the last building in this southern part of the map. Next stream is going to be Tuesday night, and we'll finish building out. Look how close we are. We just have to do that last little bit. It's Father's Day today, and I have company coming over in 4 hours. So I would like to get a little bit of sleep. And it usually takes me an hour to go to sleep after I shut off the stream. So, yeah, this is looking very slick. I'm probably going to redo that. There's a couple of things that I'm going to fix up here. But I really like how this looks. It really, he belongs, right? He looks like he belongs. Let's get a little bit more distance. Yeah, that looks great. Looks really good. Let's try some different lighting. Oh, I always love this orange. I love this dawn color. Unless you pause it, it only lasts for a couple of seconds, but I love the orange. The purple is really good. It's a little purple on purple for me. The orange is better, but it's still pretty good. Yeah, this looks great. And then, so yeah, next stream, we'll finish up the outside. We'll start the ground. There's a bunch of work that needs to be done on the ground. We got to get the garages in for the trucks that go in and out the bottom. And then we can start setting the floors and, you know, putting lighting in on the inside. And then, you know, maybe the stream after that or so, I don't know. We'll start designing blueprints. The shard, you think the shard is the best looking? It is. That was extremely difficult to build. And it was the one I did first. But good news is I did learn a lot. So have I tried infinite zoop? I don't use mods like that. I don't use mods that change the way that I build. The only two mods I use are the one that controls the sun, as you've seen, and then I've got one that gives me more inventory because as a streamer, being having to run and get a bunch of inventory, especially early game, nobody wants to see that. So I did that to kind of speed things up a little bit. But no, I don't use mods that alter construction methods. Everything done there is done with vanilla everywhere in my save. Yeah, you love the twisty one? Yeah, this one turned out really well. This is based off a building in Bahrain called the United Tower. All right. Oh, it looks good. So many signs. And then I may go through and light up some of them, kind of like I did here, but I don't know. I haven't decided. We might just keep it sleek. We might just keep it sleek. All right, where do we take this picture? I think we try something like this. Yeah. Let's try not to get run over. All right, let's see what we can do here. That forced perspective is pretty wild. Let's climb up here. I couldn't get any further away. I wish we could get like infinitely away. I play vanilla or not at all, but I'm not a streamer anymore. Well, the sky UI is, it's just too important for moments like this. You know, it's an aesthetic one for sure. Ooh, God, that looks good. Like I said, the forced perspective's a little wild. Okay, it's your fault, Ken. I've been booting up Satisfactory. I'm in the mood now. I tend to do that to people. That looks pretty good. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if I'm gonna... I don't know. I just don't know. Let's cut off the bottom part. Because if I zoom, if I try to get the whole thing in, what if we just get really far away? What if we get like a cityscape, more like a cityscape, and it's one of them? Yeah, taking pics. Also, too, I pause it so it's dark. All like, so yeah, I do a lot. Yeah, that really close zoomed out look kind of sucks. It's not my favorite thing. And sorry guys, yeah, this is so much better being out here. Now the problem is that it kind of blends into the tower behind it. Each time I make another tower, it's hard to get a clean picture of it. Maybe we can hide it. You know what I really need to do? I really need to just load I mean, that's good. This is our shot. We're just gonna wait for the cloud to get around from behind it. So I can see the planet. Take it from inside the shard. Yeah, I think this is good. I have to keep in mind, if I get too close and zoom out, we get that wacky forced perspective that I didn't like. I just have to remember to get my ass farther away. I really like the curve mode for the belts. Yeah. I remove the 1 meter concrete foundation from the blueprints icon. Holy crap, that looks awesome. Thank you. All right, cloudy. Oh, we're gonna do one with the. I'll probably just use the first one. Oh, did you build that? I did. Nobody else got into my save and built it for me. One last thing before we go. I want to go check this the power factory and see if we need to make what adjustment we need to make to the compacted coal burning. You take the HD pick. In the new picture mode, is there a change? Show settings. Is there a change to HD or not? I imagine that they were all HD. Are they not? I think in the new picture mode, everything's HD. Like high. I think. But somebody, you know, correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't have to run through here. I just wanted to do it to show off. Oh yeah, we're backed up. We're way backed up, which is fine. We're backed up to here. Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase, basically in a perfect world. Ooh, I saw a yellow light there. Ooh, some yellow lights, you say? Are you not getting the oil that you're supposed to be getting? I'm not gonna debug that. I'm not gonna debug that right now. Polymer resin hasn't backed up. Here, has the polymer resin backed up? No, it hasn't. So that means that it's fine. So in a perfect world, I would be using exactly the same amount of compacted coal that we're making. But Satisfactory's, the way I did the math wasn't perfect. So I'm kind of just slowly upping this. So this last one, so it uses just a little bit more. Since we're nice and backed up. Now, if we totally back up all the way, then it's right here. See the compacted coal go flying by. And if it does back up, this is a vertical smart splitter. It peels it off and it dumps it. So no matter what, our byproduct is not going to back up. I have a question about these types of belts, the ones that belt runs into splitter after splitter. Yeah, go ahead. Give me your question. It's called a manifold, by the way. And I'm happy to answer questions, but please be aware we are about out of here. I really like this roof here. Man, I wish I could have finished this last piece there. I see them often for fueling multiple machines in line, but doesn't the math not work out? No, it works out fine. It's just slow. As long as the math works, the math works. You do not have to load balance. You can if you want. You can if you want. And there are some, I am of the opinion that there are some situations where load balancing is preferable. But talking to Satisfactory like nerds about load balancing versus manifolds, you're gonna get some really strong opinions and people start to act like assholes, to be honest with you. You never need to load balance. You can manifold everything. Play how you want. It's a different tool, right? Sometimes you need a hammer. Sometimes you need a saw. I will admit, most of the time I manifold, but sometimes I have a lot of manifolds and I don't want to manifold manifolds. And so what I'll sometimes do is I will load balance my various manifolds. Yes, you are correct. But because you would send half down the first splitter, then quarter down the second. Yeah, but what happens when the first machine fills up? Uranium waste is a good time to bounce. I agree, Josh Green, that's a good one. Surplus lover, I don't need to check the nitrogen. Ken, the sun is up. I know, it's not the nitrogen, shut up. That blender was making plastic. Use smart splitter with overflow the manifolds. Yep, you could do that too. That's actually how I did these. This is a giant ass manifold here. These coal that we were just looking at. That's a giant ass manifold, and I smart splitter manifolded that. I did. So you count on the manifold overloading for it to work. It has to overload. It will overload. Look, think of it as a closed loop. All right. Let's say whatever machines that you're manifolding require 200 iron ore. Let's say you're manifolding iron smelters, right? And they require 200 iron ore. Well, it's a closed system. Send in 200 iron ore. Where else is it gonna go? You don't have any belts leaking your iron ore anywhere. You know that your little group of smelters will take in 200. You're gonna give it 200. What the hell? What else is it gonna do? You know, as long as you have your splitters hooked up correctly. But yeah, that's how I look at manifolds. It's just a tool, and like any tool, sometimes it's more appropriate to use than another tool. There are some setups, some factories that are just way too big for pure load balancing. But you know what? If load balancing gets you off, then who am I to kink shame? So I've been streaming way too long. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. I know I did the same thing. When I first started. I had convinced myself that I had to load balance every time or it wouldn't work. And it took me a while to really see the light. If demand matches consumption, manifolds will fill every machine except the last two in line, but all machines will reach 100% uptime. Yes, the last ones will never be full, but they will always have enough to never run out. Correct. Okay. YouTube, like on the VOD, the video would be amazing. I appreciate it. Twitch, we're gonna raid. Blambeard raided us. We had several raids tonight. I always raid no matter what. Is Bits playing? Bits has been raiding me lately. Bits is not playing, I don't think. I think Horsey Mart gets us tonight. Or this morning. How long's he been? He's been going for 2.5 hours. All right, we're gonna do it. All right, guys. I take Sunday and Monday off from streaming, so I'll see you guys on Tuesday. All right. And good day to you. Happy long bathroom break, Ken. Yeah, it'll be a long one. It'll be 72-hour bathroom break. All right, guys. I'm out of here.